say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again at another banger. So we're going to be talking about it today, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, everybody know what this No King protest stuff, and I'm right with them, except for it's like I said, what did I put in the title? No to the No Kings Globalist. That's what we're talking about here. And we're going to go ahead and break it down. We're going to go ahead and talk about it a little bit more in depth. You guys have heard Bernie Sanders speak and things, and we're going to go ahead and go into it. So let me see here as I gather my thoughts and things. In fact, let's go ahead and do this here. Before I'm going to show myself in a minute, just give me a minute. And for those that are coming in, it's going to be another banger, and let me go ahead and put up, looking for that photo here. I think I have it. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get started, though, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, man, this sinuses, man, it's been kicking my, and things. It's been kicking my butt. Hunter Horner, I say hi to you as well. Welcome to the chat, man. Welcome to the chat, We're going to make sense of this stuff today, but I wanted to put up something here that can, and I put it up before. I think I'm going to share this one. There it is. This explains a whole lot of everything, what's going on in the world for real, if you believe in conspiracy. Let me go ahead and open that up a little bit. Hold on for a minute. I want you guys to see it without no distractions. All right, let's go ahead and do that here. There we go. Doesn't that look nice? All right, there it is. So let's give you a little bit more idea in regards to what's going on. I took a screenshot of this. I think they had this on X. They got a lot of memes, man. And I still do my fair share of memes, Let me see here. Got the comments in here. Michael says, Trump for kings forever. Absolutely there, man. And I appreciate you guys and stuff, for showing up. Absolutely. Let me go ahead and just post you guys in here real quick. I'm going to get into the show in a minute. Yeah. But, there we go. There and here. All right. There it is. Yeah, but one thing about it, though, you say take your meds, but you can't debate me. You can't defeat me on what I'm about to say today, buddy. You know what I'm saying? So it's you that should take your meds. If you don't believe that there's a grand conspiracy going on behind the scenes, then I got a bridge, or I got a whole country to sell you, my friend. And this is the thing about it. They can't defeat this, what's going on here, right? Because we're going to get into the show, but I want to put this up because these are the people that we call the globalists. These are the people that's running it. So when they say no kings, like I said, I'm right with them. But let's go ahead and put it in its proper context. The no kings is what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? If you absolutely think that Trump has more prestige over the Rothschilds, the royal family, and the Rockefellers, I got a bridge to sell you. In fact, I got a whole country to sell you. You actually believe this stuff? Right? There is history on these people, man. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. He said, have you taken your meds? He cannot defeat what I'm about to say, ladies and gentlemen. They just go in here and just, then they get tired and then leave on to another channel, because obviously he's on my channel because the No King stuff is boring. I listened to what Bernie Sanders had to say, and we're going to talk a little bit about it, right? So what is it? What does Bernie really believe in, right? What does he mean by a democratic socialist, right? Let's go ahead and break it down. Bernie Sanders he says that he's not for government ownership of all businesses. The means of production, right? Or a sovereign or Soviet-style communism, right? It's not the socialism of Venezuela or Cuba. He has, explicitly distanced himself from those examples. And the reason why, we know why that is. Because, thank you for the like, because the reason is that these are poor demonstrations of how a country is truly ran. And we got examples, and not just Venezuela or Cuba and things like that. Look at Colombia. In fact, if we look at a lot of countries around the world, they are poorly ran. Look at North Korea. I bring that up a lot. China is no different, right? They just changed some things with the old style communism. Soviet Union, or actually Russia now, right? I mean, look at it. Are they doing very well? Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Instead of his points on Nordic countries like Denmark, Sweden, Norway as the models, right? Strong welfare states with universal health care, free and affordable college paid by families, leave, strong unions, and high standards of living within the market, capitalist economy, right? Here's the thing about it. Have you ever thought how are they able to pay this, right? Pay for this? Well, we pretty much know outside of Trump, of course. Every other president that we have, let's say on record, has been bought and owned by the globalists. That's why I call it sock puppets. You like that meme? You like that meme? So yeah, so the sock puppets. And I'm going to put my camera up in a minute, but I just want people to see the whole structure, the behind the veil, behind the scenes in regards to what's going on. Skip all this no king stuff, because what they're rallying for, and before I go back into my points and so forth, what they're rallying on, ladies and gentlemen, is that they don't know it, but a lot of them on the left, they are really rallying for the globalists. When I hear people like Bernie Sanders speaking, he's actually, when he say that their democracy is under threat, it's the globalists. Anytime you hear the word democracy, we're a constitutional republic now, the way that this country have always been set up since 1776, right? We have a president, which is Trump, that stands on the Constitution. These other yahoos do not, right? When we look at democracy, we talk about mob rules, right? If the mob controlling it, there you go, right? There we are. This is why change had to come into play, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said before, and I appreciate you guys coming in and subscribing and liking. I really appreciate that. I am going to get to the rest of the comments as well. But the No King stuff that they're out there championing and all this other kind of stuff, they actually think that the tyrant is Trump without no question of these other people that we talk about, right? Now, and they bring up Zionists. That's part of it. That's not the only thing, right? You got Vatican, you got the Freemasons, you got a lot of people here, man. You know, if it was just one group of people, man, it's not that. It's more complicated than what people really think, right? This is why I put this up here, right? Because this backs up what Trump is fighting against, right? This backs up what we, the people that voted for Trump, because we see it now. The country has been red pilled. But let's go back to my point before I go any further about these Nordic countries. Countries, right? The Nordic countries, right? They get our tax dollars that funnels and help their economies out, right? This is why they're able to afford this free, affordable colleges and all that stuff. Have you ever thought that that stuff should have been here in the United States in the first place? And then the politicians gave some old BS reason why they couldn't do it here in America. Because we know this is the largest market, right? When it comes down to the economy. We have the world's largest economy here in the United States that the globalists was controlling since 1913. We're talking about the Western Central Bank, which is the Federal Reserve. That's exactly what it is. And some of the people that come in this room, this may be way over their head. Thank you for the likes. Because they don't seem to understand that there is a grand scheme of things that's going on behind the scenes. If this didn't exist, it would be so much easier. But what you have, what I displayed right in front of you, this is actually what's going on. You know, this is exactly what's going on. But you even have some people that's too far brainwashed and gone. They can never, thank you for the like, they can never, ever, ever fathom the thought, let alone believe or see that this right here is what's going on behind the scenes. I'm all for No Kings, because if we want to talk about No Kings, these are the people, these are families, you know, these are systems that are put in place, right? This is the reason why the American wealth, because like Bernie said, we the richest, the richest country in the world, which we are. But him and the politicians, right? Where did that money go? It didn't go to the American people. It made the people a working class slave. Have you understand that the inflation don't go away? It's still here. How can the inflation go away? It may go down, but it's still here. Here it is. Joe Biden, right? When he got in office, you know, and I think Trump had it at 1% and he came in, cut down the Keystone Pipeline, right? Allowed a lot of illegals to come into the country, drove up inflation, right? You had more people that were moving. They had these illegals going into this poor neighborhoods, black, brown neighborhoods and stuff which caused the rent increase and a lot of other things to go up, right? All this went on. So with that 9%, they say that Joe Biden left the economy. Hold on for a minute. Let me grab my notes. He said, what did it say? That he had the economy at 2 point, hold on for one moment. Let's look at it here. Yeah, they praised this guy, right? 2.9% inflation when he left. They say 4.1 unemployment, right? 43K for the Dow Jones, right? Manufacturing boom, right? This is the stuff. And some of this stuff may be true, but here it is. That 9% inflation is still here. Just because you lose 2.9 point inflation of the 9% inflation, we still have the inflation, ladies and gentlemen. It's still here. This is one of the main reasons as to why. Have you noticed that prices, we all know it, stuff way before that oil situation, the stuff is still up. You know what I'm saying? The inflation is still here. Trump been doing the best that he can to bring it down. We got a thing called the central bank, the Western Central Bank, which is the Federal Reserve. Are they cutting the rates? Absolutely not. They're not going to do it because they are also the sock puppets of the globalists. This is why we in trouble, right? This is the situation right now. This is a bigger fight than what people really think. You know what I'm saying? They're just not even aware of it. But this is what it is. So let's go ahead and dive on in any further. The key elements of his own words, right? Talking about the Georgetown speech of 2015, George Washington University speech 2019, and later appearances. To create an economy that works for all, but not for the wealthy or billionaires. You notice they never say millionaires, ladies and gentlemen? They used to, but they had to change it. Because as I said before, most of all of them are millionaires. AOC, Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Jasmine Hood-Rat Crockett, right? Maxine Waters. We're going to name all of them. Adam Pencilneck, Shifty Schiff, right? Gavin Knucklehead Newscomb, right? We're going to name them. All these people, ladies and gentlemen, are millionaires, right? Millionaires. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. These people are millionaires, ladies and gentlemen, many times over. And then like I did on my last, right? Thank you for the like. Like I did on my last, stream, right? Live stream. How did they make their money, right? That's why they had to stop using the word millionaires, because it calls them out. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 2026. They still doing it. They're saying that billionaires are the reason, right, that poor people, right, are billionaires are the reason that poor people is the reason that we're poor, by billionaires. So billionaires, right, is the reason why poor people are poor. When you have millionaires, right, that are doing, thank you for the likes, that are doing the same old thing. In fact, these millionaires that we're talking about are also sock puppets of what we see right here, right? Because if they weren't a sock puppet, they would be joining along with Trump. Trump is not a globalist. He's against this system. They don't believe it. You know? How you think assassination attempts and all kind of stuff? They want him out of there because it threatens their system, ladies and gentlemen. Their system of power. That's what this is about. This is a war, a real war going on. A spiritual war as well between good and evil. That's exactly what it is, right? This is what it is. Excuse me. Yeah, I got to clear my throat with these sinuses, man. But so let's go ahead and dive in a little further. What else he says? Expand the economic security, right? And reduce extreme inequalities, right? That he says that often cites top 1% owning as much as the bottom 90%, right? So the 1% of the globalist wealth in the world, right? And this is a system they created. Have you guys ever noticed, and I said this many times, and let me say it again, the terrorist system that Trump set back up, where America was always a tariff-based system, economic income-based system that was not built off the backs or pull or extract from the people of America. Thank you for the likes. Because there was no need for the taxing of the citizens. That was the reason for 1776 in the first place. Yeah, he brought that up. But I noticed that he played word changes and flipped some things around. I could see right through it. You know what I'm saying? Because what Bernie stands on, like many of them, they stand for the globalists. They protect their system, right? Have you guys noticed? We out here working harder and harder than ever, right? And stuff is steady rising because the inflation is still there. You can't have a central bank, which is the Federal Reserve, in power, in structure, without having a healthy economy. The way the economy has to be healthy is the system has to be eradicated. It has to be removed because it doesn't work in our advantage. It works for the globalist advantage, right? This is the reason when they created this fictitious system in the first place, right? Since 1913, thank you for the likes. This is the reason, ladies and gentlemen. This is the reason because of the Federal Reserve Bank, the Western Central Bank. That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. And then inflation would never go away. You notice with Bernie and the rest of these Democrats, they never talk about making a permanent fix on inflation. They can't. You know why? Because the system that was created way before they were born, it relies on the people and will have to extract the taxes. It is a debt-based system that never dies. It keeps going, right? Now that the global reset, the new Green Deal, Trump stopped all that because that was the direction that the world was going to. No wonder these globalists hate Trump so much. But this is the real reason, right? We're going to walk this down because this is exactly what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go in and go a little further, right? Built on FDR's New Deal ideas, right? Social Security, minimum wage, 40, and that was all under him, right? 40 hours work week, right? Which once it was called a socialist, right? But now it's mainstream, right? These were the things that was set up after 1913. He says that the democratic socialism means that we must reform a political system that is corrupt, creating an economy that works for all, not for the wealthy. Listen, I mean, the Democrats have been promising this ish for a long time. It was a time when the Democrats were what? The blue-collar worker for the common man, right? It sounds good. And for the little things they did, it didn't stick. Because right now, if that was true, who's getting rich? Look at the Democrats as well as the Rhino Republicans and stuff. You got a lot of them that are millionaires, right? Do you actually believe of what Bernie and them were saying? You're trying to create an economy that works for all. That's bull. Economy work for all for who? It never happened. The Dems have been in power longer than any Republican. And I challenge that, right? Because they never, ladies and gentlemen, set up a system that was designed for everybody. It was the wealthy, you had middle class, and then you had poor. And now that they have pretty much broken the middle class, which is almost non-existent, Trump was trying to bring back the middle class as well as everybody else. But it takes time because he's over here battling these vultures, these demons, right? These are your Satanists and all the rest of them. These the same people here, and we're going to get deep, ladies. This is a banger, man. I'm going to tell you, man, because like I said before, this has to be said. This has to be talked about. And I noticed that they're not talking about it. It's the hypocrisy, especially coming from the left and the rhinos and all the rest of that stuff. Republicans in name only. They do the cosplay like we said many of times. So if that really works, here talking about creating an economy that works for all and not just for the very wealthy. They've been off the backs of the American people, what? Since 1913 when they set the whole system up, which is the Federal Reserve Bank. And then your politicians have enriched themselves. None of you guys have called them out. Thank you. Y'all haven't called them out. Who you called out? None of them. You act like, none of them, they can't even justify how they made the money. Do you know what a congressman makes? What is it, about $175,000 a year roughly? Senator a little bit more? 200 something like that, right? I may not have the exact figures, but somewhere in that ballpark. So how are they making all this money? Unless if they're pushing agendas to keep the American people enslaved. And then have you look on, it's sleight of hand, it's a parlor trick. Because while you looking at Trump, you being robbed by your own party. Your own party, you're being bamboozled and hoodwinked, as Brother Malcolm used to say. You are the ones that's deceived. You are the ones that may need your meds. You're the ones that have been drinking. Because if you don't believe what I have up here, then you are the bigger fool than I think you are, right? That's exactly what it is. This is not conspiracy. We are not in a conspiracy situation today. This stuff is jumping off the pages. Had this would have been 20 years ago, yeah, they would say, yeah, you got to prove it. You got to prove it. We know that these people exist. Look at all the people talking about Zionists all the time. Zionists, we know all this stuff, right? But they're not the only ones. They're not the only ones. Look at what is up here instead of trying to cape for the people on the left. Your biggest enemies to the country are coming from the left. Their tactics have never changed. Just look at the black community, right? It's the same thing. The black community, look at them, right? Look at it. And that, once again, and then he wants to sit up here. You notice he race baited too? Yeah, people of color, they always do this all the time. Because that basically what? Galvanized the movement, get the blacks worked up. They always used to hearing pretty speeches about how we got to get rid of the wealth disparity and race and all this stuff. Man, the Democrats been talking this stuff for a very long time. It never happened. Wake up, people on the left. Wake the F up. It never happened. Why? Because the people on the left, I'm talking about you from the globalists all the way down, are deceiving you. That's why it is. Right? So let's go ahead and go further. He also said some things that I am a socialist, not a Democrat socialist. Let's go ahead and break it on down. A social security is a socialist program, right? It's, in other words, it's a sarcastic way of saying normalizing the term. He criticized uber capitalists, like my good friend Omega that been in the room. He was on the last debate. This term capitalism, because I went and looked it up, this is a term coming from the left originally. This is a leftist term, capitalism, and we know that that the left created capitalism, but this is their creation. Capitalism is a creation coming from the left liberal group, right? This is exactly what it is, or neoliberalism capitalism, right? For causing inequality, declining life expectancy, right? And some of these groups and disease of despair. This is exactly what they have done. We have a high amount of heart disease and cancer and diabetes and other things, right? It goes against their narrative of what he's talking about. None of them will never be able to promise a fix for this. It's just window dressing to get you to say, get a lot of the weak-minded people to say, it's Trump, which is them. They are the sock puppets of who? These people that you see right here, you know? I wish he wouldn't call me. He knows I'm over here doing a live stream. He may not know. It's all good. He may not know. So at any event, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what's going on, right? And we're going to get down to it, and we're going to talk about it. In short, for Sanders, democratic socialism, right? Here it is. Capitalism with a very strong, generous welfare state plus more worker powers, union corporations, right? Heavy taxation on the rich, right? And corporations to fund universal programs. It's heavy focus on redistribution and economic rights rather than abolishing private properties and nationalization of major industries. Now, here's the thing about it, though, right? Like I said before, they don't have an excellent track record coming from the left in regards to this type of stuff. Because look at it. This is one of the reasons why Trump had to pull the funding from a lot of their states, because we got a lot of corruption. I said I was going to get into that as well. It does not support their narrative on the left, ladies and gentlemen. When we start really looking at it, it does not support their narrative, right? What support their narrative is the opposite of what they're talking about, because they are for big globalists. They are for big banksters. They are for everything to be a totalitarian system, but give you an illusion, right, that everything is okay. Now that we got rid of Trump, we want things to go back to the way it was, where the globalists can use America like they always have as a big old playground to do whatever they want. We had an issue with the cartels, gang members. They all foot soldiers, Antifa. All of this stuff was created by these people here, right? And they want to fool you. They want you to think that this issue, and like he said, he's telling the truth about their democracy is under threat. The globalist democracy is under threat, right? That's what's under threat because they don't have access to our economy no more. Trump got them at bay with the tariffs. They got to play Trump's game right now, right? Tariffs also does what? It also is a great negotiating tool. He can charge these other countries in the world if they don't want to play ball with the United States. He could either just cut them off or just up the tariffs. What he does is up the tariffs a little bit to make them suffer because right now the globalists are suffering right now, man. Every day because they never had nobody to challenge their rule. This is the reason why they upped the gas prices. They want the American people to suffer. They did this on purpose. We don't get our gas from Iran. America is pumping oil. We got access to the reserves, the refinery companies and stuff like that in Texas, Keystone Pipeline and all the rest of that. If it ain't open, it should be open. One of the two. I got to look on that to make sure on that one. But we have more oil here in America than we do in Saudi Arabia. This is the rich country. That's why I said America is the greatest country on earth. It really is, right? Okay, what else did Bernie say? He praises aspects of more radical ideas in the past, right? Here it is. These things are very radical, man. Very, very radical. But we know that they don't work. There's never been a history of this stuff ever working. This is the thing of it, man. There's no history of it ever working. That's the problem. So let's go in a little bit further, right? So when it comes down to the protests happening in thousands of cities across America, even overseas, millions of people, so they say, are out here in the streets chanting "No Kings." I don't know about millions of people though, because right now it's in Minnesota, you know. So thank you for the like. So we know that that's not true. They wish it was millions of people out here protesting, and the reason why, they were more significant back in 2020 versus today. You know, people waking up. They're waking up. There are a lot of people who are not asleep like they used to be anymore. So it makes the job of what I'm doing even easier. If it would have been 2020, yeah, they would have shut me down. YouTube would have shut me down, right? Organizers are calling it one of the biggest days for protests in the U.S. history. That's what they calling it. Bigger than the inauguration. Thank you for the likes. And well, those that's doing the likes know it's a bunch of BS because that's why I'm chuckling and laughing, right? They say that the flagship rally in Minnesota marches in D.C., New York, Portland, you name it. That's what they're saying, man. They're saying it's the largest, right? Look, protesting is American as apple pie. I'm not against protesting, right? And they are complaining about taxes, right? The First Amendment exists for a reason, right? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of the press, right? But today I want to talk about why the No Kings slogan feels so damn misleading, right? As you heard me mention earlier. And they would never, and it gets bigger. It's like a big elephant in the room. The globalists, who a lot of people think are really pulling strings, which they are, right? It's behind the theater, right? So when we're hearing this type of stuff, right, it's what it is. They're telling the regular, excuse me, they're telling the regular people, right? And we're talking about the people of America, as well as people in the other parts of the world, right? What they're saying is to reject monarchy and tyranny. But they think that the monarchy and tyranny is anybody that speaks like what Trump is saying. Thank you for the likes. And we know damn well that Trump is not a monarch, let alone a tyrant. They have a history of tyrants. Even in our presidency, a history of tyrants. Because they never fixed the tax system. They were on board with it. Have you guys noticed after 1971, when they took us off the gold standard, what ended up happening? They put us on a petrodollar scheme thing, economy. And everything started going down. Inflation up. Illegals, even then, were coming over in the country, and American companies was being shipped overseas. They were leaving. Because, again, they had to import illegals in this country, right, to do the work that most Americans weren't willing to work for at no minimum wage. You can't take care of no family on a minimum wage, but they want to brainwash. Thank you for the likes. They want to brainwash you and get you to think that, 40 hours a week, getting paid like a McDonald's and all the rest of this stuff. They, on the left, they created that situation, and that's a fact. Thank you for the likes. People that know that lived around 1971 know what I'm talking about, right? Because it was tough. Inflation was high then. They took us off the gold standard. They just print money, right? Let's go further into it, right? So here it is. Organizers say it's about stopping authoritarianism, chaos, corruption, strongman rule, right? They point to Trump military parade last year as a immigration enforcement, right? The war stuff in Iran, prices rising, right? And then they frame the president as if he was acting as if he was above the law, like some type of king, right? But here's the thing that bugs me, folks. America has no kings, right? That's literally a point of who? Of a constitution. How you gonna have a king when we got a constitution? This is what the founding fathers fought against. But they're trying to spin this narrative to try to say that Trump don't. Thank you for the lights. They're trying to spin the narrative by saying that Trump does not abide by what? The Constitution. They're saying that he's some type of rogue billionaire that's causing the prices to go up. This is the reason where they never thought or never want to accept that we have what we call a central bank, which is the Federal Reserve, a Western Central Bank. And as long as that institution is in control and exists here, I don't care what president that you have, they will never fix the inflation. Because like I said, we know the real inflation is not 2.9%. It's not. Even what we in right now is still a lot higher, right? But this is why Trump works so hard, because he's in the process of getting rid of the central bank, Federal Reserve, the IRS, because they don't serve the people. They serve the globalists. They serve people that are rich and politicians and so forth, big corporations. Everything that the left stand against, they never thought it was their own damn party that was pulling the strings for real, because of their biases, their prejudices, and their hatred towards Trump. They never see it. TDS won't allow them to see past what I'm showing, right? But I'm kicking their ass with logics and facts of what we're talking about, walking this thing right on down. They're the ones that are delusional, right? They will not accept what is going on here. See, it's easier just to go after one man, see, without getting out here and doing the research. But they won't do it because of their hatred, right? They act like, here they are big up in Joe Biden, right? Blacks think that they were better when they had Biden. They think they were going to be better when they're going to have, you know who the laughing hyena is, Kamala Harris, right? They were, you know what? It's like most of the Americans on the left, right? They were okay with just accepting anybody other than Trump. We like the inflation. We love to be taxed. We want the system to remain the same, right? Because we have a big gap, disparity between rich and poor. There's no middle ground no more. Trump is trying to fix that, right? Because of them and their policies, they pretty much eradicated the middle class, straight like that. And many of them don't want to accept it, but it's the truth. Thank you for the likes. People that rock with me in this room, I get so many likes. You know why? Because they understand, they know what I know. Thank you for the likes. You know, it goes all this stuff is against their narrative, man. It makes them look foolish and silly. It's like they're not even worth debating, man. I tried that with that one dude. It just falls to the wayside every time. They get triggered, get emotional. And some of you guys have watched me. I just sat back here. I wasn't triggered one time. I got annoyed after the end because he just kept doing it, being disingenuous the whole time, right? He just kept on, right? That's when I had to step in, I was being a moderator, but here's the thing about it, man. That's the thing. They're not even capable. Why should we have to debate them? We are in control now. We voted for Trump. We in a better situation with his policies that are in place. We don't have to, listen, we don't have to do anything what they want. They're on the defense. They on the ones that got they on their heels, right? They on their knees right now. And it's about to be lights out to their party. So yeah, at this point, we ain't got to debate ish. We really don't, because they're not even worth even talking to anymore. I don't. So the founders designed it messy on purpose, so no single person could rule like a king. This is what the whole Constitution was about, right? You know what I'm saying? So, so we took looking at calling a democratically elected president, even one you hate, as a king. I mean, it's just really absurd, right? But they play on these words because the ones that's in that rally, a lot of them are emotionally stupid, is what I use that phrase for. Dumb and stupid. Dumb is when you don't know. Stupid is when you know you still do it. And I don't believe that everybody in that rally is dumb. I think a lot of them are just stupid because they should know about the Constitution. They over here reciting bringing up 1776 and how our forefathers fought against the greatest army, according to what Bernie Sanders was saying, and won, right? Because that was, again, we were fighting against King George, right? That's what we were. Thank you for the likes. So here it is. It makes people feel like they're on a new revolution or a revolutionary type of fighting tyranny. Thank you for the likes. But to keep it real, Trump won the election. He's serving a term. If people don't like his policies and deportation, energy independence, right? Where he declared a national emergency because we was relying on other people's energy, and that was democratically controlled. The people on the left voted for this stuff, but they didn't know the policies. You know how the Democrats do? They never tell you the policies up front. They just talk about rhetoric and the trigger words to get people's emotional response to vote for them. Thank you for the likes. And then what they do is once they're in power, then they switch the tactics, right? It's called bait and switch. And that's what they always have done. And then when they get cornered, they blame it on the previous administration. This is what they always did. They even did it with Bush, and I'm not even a Bush fan. Bush and them, they were still part of the Uniparty. Keep it real, senior and junior, right? So let's go ahead and go further down with it. Yeah, so here it is. They can vote him out in 2028, right? Primaries has rallies. Sue in court, law, or pass laws against it. This is all the stuff they were trying to do anyway, right? But to call this king stuff a king, it's not, right? Boy, I tell you, man, the No Kings, man, they got the signs going on and everything like that. But we know, intelligent people know that Trump is not a dictator or a ruler. The people right here that you see on this meme are. That's why I was going to keep this up, because this is very important. Because this right here says a whole lot in regards to what's going on. All right, let's go ahead and go on further, all right? So we're talking about this big turnout that they're claiming that they have, these what we call protesters. They got the band out there. Y'all heard the band? That's why I can't even play I'm going to play maybe some of the protests. But when they start singing and stuff like this, it's kumbaya stuff. I mean, they did this stuff many times in history, kumbaya and all this other stuff. They got the singers. They got old, baby boomers and whatever else out there and stuff like that, Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, it's just something it's comical to me, if God was one of us. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Oh, my goodness, man. It's just something, man. Which brings to me about the globalists. You hear this word thrown around a lot, especially on the right, the globalists. The idea that there is a network of ultra wealthy elites, right? International organizations and billionaires and bureaucrats who can more, okay, right, care more about the borders and free world governments, right, climate agendas, endless migration, right? Here it is. And their own power that they do about the ordinary Americans in place, right? Ordinary Americans. They care about all that. Don't y'all find that to be, thank you for the like, don't y'all find that to be very hypocritical? Let's go in and say it again, right? The globalists. There it is. We're talking about a network of ultra wealthy elites, international organizations and billionaires and bureaucrats who care more about borders, free world governments, right? Climate agendas, endless migration, because they want no borders. They were against the wall that Trump was trying to build. Not just in our country, but all over the world. Their agenda was a borderless society. Let everybody come in, right? Thank you for the likes. We know that that's a major problem, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to start accepting everybody in, and people think it was bad now with this inflation. Man, it was going to soar through the roof, and that was the plan anyway. The globalists don't care. They already got their money. These are billionaires and millionaires, because you got to put the millionaires, which is in that political arena. You think they're going to be hurt? Thank you for the likes. You think they're going to be suffering? Just like with the TSA and the shutdown right now. Who does that hurt? Hurts the American people. Thank you for the like. Yep. TSA, they over here working all these shifts. I'm glad that Trump had to pull ICE in there to help out and give back up to the TSA. So you guys better travel and go. We always looking at vacation season and all this other stuff as the weather get nice and things like that. Versus before, they were punishing the American people. That's what they do. These uniparty that we're talking about, the rhinos, as well as these liberal, low-down Democrats. Look at it. Their money haven't been impacted. Bernie Sanders and all the rest of them still getting paid. The TSA workers and the people on the lower levels of government were not. Their monies were impacted. You don't hear no outcry on that. See, this is why I say it's too easy to debate these fools. Why? This is crazy. And they're trying to big up this type of stuff for what? We ain't got to debate ish, as I said before. All we got to do is let our man that we voted for, Donald J. Trump, do his thing. And he's going to do it whether with their permission or without their permission. And they thought that they were going to stop him. And what was it that he had to set something up, executive order, and allow these people to get paid? Guess who tried to block that? People on the left. It's very hypocritical. These people don't care about the Americans. They don't care about our economy. They don't care about nothing. They don't care about the Constitution. That's bull. All that crap that Bernie Sanders was talking about, thank you, and all the rest of them, they don't care about the Constitution. Trump does, but they don't. They got a whole history of it. They don't care about the Constitution. Never did. So we're going to come up with the names like George Soros and his son Alex, pouring money into these progressives and the DAs and open borders groups, color revolution, right? Styles of activism. We're talking about Bill Gates too, with his mass influence on the global health privacies, vaccines, right? Farmland, world economy forums, right? We're talking about forums types that's talking about stakeholders, capitalism, right? And the Great Reset. This is what they were all about, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to keep it real, which surrounds a lot of people like elites that want to redesign society after COVID-19, while the little guy got locked up. This is exactly what ended up happening, right? Look at what was going on. You know, we're also talking about not just with that, but they were really wanting to build China as the new world superpower. Thank you for the light. See, the people that know this stuff. That's why they rock with your boy. The average person don't even realize that China was supposed to be the new superpower. Why everybody they convinced a lot of people in Europe, a lot of these Nordic countries, I should say, what was it? Actually Germany and a few others, I should say, to get rid of their fuel burning, I'm talking about energy sources, to blow those up and then reverse it and just use windmill and solar and all this other stuff. So a lot of them fell for the okie doke. And when they did that, what else ended up happening? China, what the myth was, they thought that China, thank you for the light, they thought China was going to do the same thing. China did not. China kept their coal burning plants and so forth. They did. And they did. They kept their oil refineries and everything because they know that this powers their military and a lot of other things. What they're necessary for this particular war, it wasn't to go after the Iranian people. It was going after the leadership, which is the Ayatollahs, to get them out. To stay behind. Thank you for the lights. No more Islamic rule. 47 years. Obama, like I said before, he could have been went in there and did that, but he did not. He actually funded and fueled it. How did he get their capabilities and the knowledge of how to enrich uranium? How did uranium get in there in the first place, right? This is in the Muslim Brotherhood and all the rest of the stuff. And we're talking about, was it $450 million of cash that went into Iran and all the rest of the stuff? It's to build up their Ayatollahs. The people were suffering. If you want to know what real tyranny is, or tyranny, not tyranny, but tyranny, the real tyranny and so forth is over there. It was under the Ayatollahs. Trump only wants to deal with the people or a person that is not part of that clique. Most of that clique have been eradicated. There might be a few remnants of the people trying to flee the country and all that. But that was the whole plan, right? It's to liberate Iran, as well as to cut off the money supply to these bastards right here that you see up here on the photo. That's what it was all about. Same thing with Venezuela. Same thing with Cuba. Same thing with Ukraine when he does go in there. So this is what it is. Trump instead of cutting the legs off of these bastards, and which I'm happy about, because he understands the way Trump is a builder, right? He's an economist. I mean, not economist, but a real estate mogul. He understands foundations and planning. That's what he does. You may not like his timeline, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He has, this is high level chess that we're talking about. Those that play chess, this is a high stakes, and there's no room for mistakes. He has to be sure of what he's doing, right? So other than that, ladies and gentlemen, this is what this was about, what we're talking about here. All this things, and what else we talking about? Trump got the wall up, stopped the fentanyl deaths that was coming into our country. The Dems never did anything about it. They was all for it. In fact, they wanted their wall down some more. They're the same people that brought in a lot of illegals in our country in the first place. Here we go there. Right? So we know that America was built off of the people, we the people. Not we the billionaires, not we the NGOs, not we the kings, right? But the stuff that they built up was built off of we the millionaires. It's going to put them in there. The millionaires and the billionaires, right? And the NGOs. Because those NGOs is how a lot of them became millionaires. You notice with every liberal politician, leadership, and so forth, they never use the word millionaires. They always use billionaires. Because if they started saying millionaires, people start looking and saying, oh my gosh, aren't they millionaires too? You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. So there that is, right? We're talking about a shadow, right? What we talking about, aristocrats, right? And these people are very smart, man. The people that showed up at Davos in Brussels, those are some of your most intelligent people there, which is the globalists. They were all there in Davos, Switzerland. These people ain't no dummies, man. These people tell these politicians and tell these presidents and prime ministers what to say, what to do. They are the ones that create their policies. It's top down. You think that these other people are running stuff, man? I got a bridge to sell you, man. They're not running this stuff. They're not running this ish at all. We know who is, right? And it's these people right here, the globalists. Those are the ones that's running it. They want to make it sound that the globalist is some type of boogeyman, and they want you to believe it's some type of boogeyman or some type of ghost, but in actuality, they are the ones, right? That's why I love using the term sock puppets. Obama is a sock puppet. Many of them are a sock puppet, right? It's what it is. So let me go ahead and do this here. I think I kept this up long enough. I may just put a sponsor to Mr. Ralph again. I told him that I was going to go ahead and cue him up over here, Mr. Ralph. All right, there we go. Let me see here. All right, I think I'm showing him here. We'll put this behind. Let's see here. Send this backwards. There we go. Mr. Ralph, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ralph. All right. So if you guys want, let's say if you're into or trying to become a content creator and you don't know how to do it, or if you already started, you don't know how to get your numbers up, well, Mr. Ralph is going to be here to assist you on that, right? He's the one that's good on YouTube, Instagram, and also X to grow your followers, right? Mr. Ralph, there's his email listed below. Mr. Ralph, ladies and gentlemen, you want to hit him up on the email and find out what type of price structure that he may do for you. Some of you may not have a whole lot, and just ask him to see if what he's willing to do. Find out what his prices are, and he can work with you. Mr. Ralph, right? There it is, though, ladies and gentlemen, for your content needs, right? Mr. Ralph. So I'll leave that up there just for a minute. If you want to try to grow your, your base up, whatever it is, it ain't got to be politics. You guys may be into cars or whatever it is for your business. And for your business people, you definitely want to hit up Mr. Ralph. You don't have to be no content creator, but you need more visibility. People need to find where you are. People coming to other states or cities, they got to be able to know where, your presence. YouTube is the biggest, and I mean the biggest, which is competing with Netflix. And I think YouTube does have the title right now as being the largest, right, social media source in the world, right? So for starters, you want to get on YouTube. No knocks against Instagram and all these other ones, but they're not bigger than YouTube. If you can establish a presence on YouTube, you can establish a presence on any one of these other social medias. So once again, hit Mr. Ralph up or email him. Here's his email below. Get in contact with Mr. Ralph. All right, so we're going to go back into it, though. That was a little sponsor from Mr. Ralph. Yep, Mr. Ralph, for your content needs. Yep. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get that down there. And let me see here, ladies and gentlemen. And let's go ahead and do this, too. We'll go ahead and put that flag behind so y'all can be able to see. Oh, yeah, I got to get rid of that, too. Hold on for one moment. Now, there y'all go. Now you see me. You see me now. Okay. Now, what we're going to go ahead and do is I got to put up my other. Hold on for one moment. Okay. Yeah, we got a little video here. So let's go ahead and do this here. We're going to show that video. As long as there's no music in it. Here it is.
Been telling me is that they're feeling very good to be here. They're feeling positive to be here, but there's also some emotions there as well of just anger with the Trump administration. This is the No Kings rally, and of course they're protesting against President Trump's policies. You see a lot of no ICE signs that folks have. You see a lot of signs saying that immigrants are welcomed here. And so as this crowd starts filling up, we're also going to see more street closures. Many of them have already started. And in terms of security, we are seeing plenty of officers, a few hundred officers just within eyesight. Those are the folks that are in that yellow jacket. Those yellow jackets, we're seeing sheriffs.
Thank you for the like. I appreciate
St. Paul Police. We're seeing a number of law enforcement folks from Ramsey County here at the state capitol. Again, the marches, it's going to be a little bit until they come here, but you can see that the stage is behind me. Press is starting to set up on those risers, and the lucky ones are already had to get here a few hours early to be able to get that view of the stage. But you can
Yeah, I just want to interrupt just one moment. And the reason why, when I do this, though, to put a little bit more context of what's going on, all the stuff that I've been talking about today dilute this BS that we see right now, right? Because, like I said before, if you're champion for this type of stuff, ladies and gentlemen, that means that you are part of the globalist agenda. You may not know it, or you may not care, but we already know, because once again, Democrats and liberals especially, right, and DNC, they pay their people. Over here on the right, they don't pay us, right? We do this because we're patriots and we love the country. They're getting paid. A lot of these people that's standing before you right now are getting paid. Soros and all of them are paying these people out here, There it is. So it's not a real thing, though. It really isn't. But let's go ahead. They're getting paid.
See that if you want to pan again behind me, Mitchell, just so you can see exactly what the crowd's dealing with, we have some monitor. See the stage.
All right.
Once
We got
the
black.
speeches,
Hold on for a minute. We got Black Guy 9 in the house. Thank you for sharing that, Black Guy 9. I'm gonna get to the comments very shortly as well too. Oops. Okay. Here we go. Shout out. And shout out to everybody else in this room. All right, there we go.
Performances start. It'll be a little difficult the farther you get back, but for those that are coming early and going straight to the Capitol, they'll have some pretty good
they got a bad
spots
audio
ahead.
feed.
So we'll check back in with those crews, hopefully, with Raya and those crews that are following those folks that are coming from all around St. Paul at those 3 locations.
Yeah, Sammy,
Oh,
thank
yeah,
you
shout
so
out
much
to
for that
Howard,
update.
too.
Speaking of those
We got
crews,
Howard in the
let's
house.
check
Hey,
in
shout
with,
Howard.
Our reporter, Kent Odall, who is currently at St. Paul College.
Hold on for a
One
minute.
of the locations.
Hold on for a minute. I got to give a shout out. Do my shout outs and then I'm going to play it again. Got Howard in the house, man. Good to have you again, Howard. Thank you for showing up. I'm just going through some of the comments right now and things. Let me see here. Trump rules and you guys crying are gay, baby killing. Oh, yeah. It said Democrats cannot do anything about it. Yeah, let me see. I'm going to go and post that up. Because, hey, I forgot about the abortion, though. That's the thing about it. Even in the black community, that's the biggest killer in the black community is abortion. Black women abort their children by far, man. It's over, we're talking about millions plus. You know what I'm saying? That's why the numbers are never moved, Hispanics and other groups don't abort the babies like they do in the so-called black community. That's a fact. Boy, I tell you, man. You got Howard in the house. Let me see what Howard, post that up. There it is. Right here. There it is. The farmers of the Constitution fear mob rules. Exactly. They feared it. And what he just said, because if you're standing for democracy, you standing for mob rules. Exactly, right? Let me see here. Timothy says we can't do it here in America right now because they are not even teaching our children in schools and children, blah, blah, blah. If they didn't go to school, we can do it. We can do it. And that's the big pushback right now because, once again, Trump has the ear of the people. That's why they got to do all this protest. See, and let's say this, if the Democrats were in control and they were able to do what they do, they wouldn't have to do all this protest. They're doing it because they're trying to get the ear of the people. They have not been successful getting in the ear of the people. They just have not. They've been trying with these, how many of these No Kings, and a lot of them just went terribly violent. You know what I'm saying? It really has. So they're not getting the ear of the people. These people that you see out here, most of them are getting paid. And the people and the controlling people, they work on the behalf of the globalists. I call them out on their bullshit every time. It's a bunch of bull. Straight up. We got Hero in the house that says family with the crown over here. Thumbs. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the like. Let me see a happy no Trump day. Let me see a black man that loves Trump make sense. All right. Here's the thing about it, though, ladies and gentlemen. They let you know that the people on the left are not too bright at all. This because most of the people that support Trump, there's a lot of black MAGA out here that they don't even realize. They just don't wear the hats. So I can understand it maybe being a little alarming to you when you see a black man wearing a red MAGA cap, right? But just to let you know, let me go ahead and do this here. Let's go ahead and do it right? Let's go ahead and show you. So now I'm about to really, let me do this before we go back into my thing here. Hold on for a minute. Let me do this here. All right, let's do this here. Yeah, this gentleman here, Rico, and I like Rico's stuff. Some of you guys may have ran across Rico. Rico is a MAGA. This is another guy. And I got the dark MAGA. I got the black MAGA cap too for those that have watched me. He's not the only one. Listen, shall we? Let's go ahead and do it again. He runs a very great podcast streaming similar to what I do. And I like his stuff. And I subscribe to his stuff and I support it. Here it is right here. Rico is one of them. Let's go ahead and bring up some more, shall we? So therefore, hold on for a minute. We got a whole list of them. Hold on for a minute. Just brought up Rico, you know. What about this woman here? This is Danielle, flipping Chicago red. Y'all may have seen her stuff. I talk with her occasionally. Here it is right here. This is another one. Why you think that they are so upset with Brandon Johnson and the policies? And they allowed all those illegals into Chicago that have ran out the black people over there in those areas. We talking about historically, generational in those areas, right? Why you think that she runs a campaign taking over? Look at it. She met Trump several times. She got a channel, right? There it is right here. This is a black woman. Jessica too. Yeah, you can thumb it down, but the truth is the truth. I don't care about you thumbing it down to help my algorithms. I go in and bring up some more. She has a channel, and I've been on her channel. I've been on her stuff, supporting her. Something that a lot of liberal blacks don't do. I do it. Let's bring up some more, shall we? Look at this. Now, this is a meme here, but a lot of these people, look at this here. Look at this here. Black MAGA fans growing, right? Trump's movement. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Let me bring up some more, shall we? Yeah, don't act like we just out here just, you know. And I said I was going to save this for another segment. But you know what? I may just go ahead and segue this type of stuff right in right now, right? What you see right here is more the norm. It's that they don't walk around with their caps on because who really wants that smoke? They don't have to. Thank you for the likes. This ain't even about this anyway. I do it on my show. But again, I always have my American Express just in case. They may not have an American Express, and I get it. But you see here, ladies and gentlemen, you got coons and you have, these are terms, derogatory terms that many of us have heard, right? When they talk about butter biscuits and all this other stuff, these were things that the slave master gave to the slaves when they behaved or turned on their own people, right? So they tried to thread the needle, right, and try to change the narrative. Thank you for the likes. They try to thread the needle and change the narrative to try to say that we the sellouts, when in actuality, they are the sellouts. We're talking about Roland Martin is a sellout. He's a coon, and he's a bootlicker, and he wants to keep the black people on the Democratic slave plantation, just like I said before. Not just him, Al Sharpton, there's many others, right? What's the guy, Tavis Smiley, what's that guy named Rashid something? Thank you for the likes. All those are modern-day Sambos and sellouts and coons, right? Because that was their job. Y'all remember that movie Django? Y'all remember that? Yeah, thank you. This is nothing more than the modern-day Django. Just think of America as Candyland, right? And you had Samuel L. Jackson, right? You remember his character, right? Doesn't that look like Roland Martin? Doesn't that look like Al Sharpton and many others? Because all you got to do is take Samuel Jackson's face off and then put their face on there. And that's what their job was, right? The reason whites and others that you probably already may or may not realize this, the reason that the blacks, once again, have never came to prosperity or any type of prominence because of these Sambos that I'm calling out right now. There's many more of them. Not what we're looking at here, but we're talking about the real Sambos that support Al Sharpton without a church. Roland Martin that got fired off of MSN, right? We got Joyless Reed. That's another one, right? You got these coons, right? And you got these sellouts and Sambos, right? And it's a whole thing of you even got these coons and Sambos and sellouts that come on this live stream and other channels trying to be disruptive, trying to name call, and I'm calling them all out on their coonery and buffoonery, right? Here it is, though. We got the modern day man. They know that the black base, the MAGA base, has been growing, but Roland Martin tries to do more of defending his position as a coon and a sellout. He ain't got to defend it because it's easy for him to do. But he wants to make it sound like, oh, yeah, so-and-so got his Negro wake-up call. They love using these terms and stuff. It's that you got your wake-up call, your Negro wake-up call. Didn't you get fired from MSN? You know what I'm saying? Joyless Reed, you got your Negro wake-up call. Didn't you get fired from MSN, right? Those people don't even rock. You were even a thought. What about Don Lemon? Is he about to get another Negro wake-up call, right? Because if that was true of what they were talking about, they would still have a job. And whites and others ain't going to be over here listening to no channel being degraded, right? Let alone being called a racist and all this other stuff. They're just not going to have it. That's why we're glad that DEI and woke and all this stuff was removed, right? We're going to talk about it and we're going to go back to the show. But I want to go here and give pushback to these clowns, right? These old sellouts and Sambos, right? That over here that rock Biden, right? They love, and Biden was a known racist. You know what I mean? Making this stuff up. You can go pull up his early stuff with him going over here to calling people the N-word and all this other kind of stuff. Blacks are okay with that. You ain't never heard Trump ever use the N-word one time ever. And if you say he did, you're a liar, right? All the people that Trump helped in things like, I bet you won't tell Mike Tyson to his face he's a coon. And many of them, see with these sellout Negroes, man, they won't get up here and get in his face, ladies and gentlemen, because they know they get knocked out. Was it Tyson? This man was backing Tyson, man. Even off of that great incident that happened when he went to prison for 6 years in Indianapolis, right? The prison over there and all that. Who was on his side? It was Trump. Many other people in the black community left him to dry, left his ass to out to hang and dry. Facts, right? These are the same people, the hypocrites that you see in this room. And I love trolling the trolls, and I think it's about time to troll the trolls. I'm going to troll them with this because this is facts right over here. Look at them. Look at them. Happy, right? Because they know the reason that they're happy because Trump is getting a lot of these illegals out of our communities. While these Sambos and Steppin' Fetchits and all the rest of this stuff, they don't even want to smoke with that. They are the reason why we don't have any jobs. This man is fixing it. Their party was the ones that created it. I'm calling y'all asses out there on those trolls. You trolls, you. You love it when I troll you. That's the only reason I get the people to get them in the room. Yeah, I forgot. I got to say this, though, ladies and gentlemen. Go on to troll the trolls, though, now. And then we'll go back to the show, right? Well, but I'm just going to show some more here. Here it is right here. Just because they don't wear a cap, Trump got a large black MAGA, right, voter base now. This ain't the old 92% that you used to dealing with, not anymore. All right, it's going to show some more. Hold on for a minute. Right there. For the trolls. Everybody else know this. This is for the trolls. This is for the trolls. Thank you for the like. This is for the trolls. Y'all remember this woman here? Huh? You know? Ain't that Nicki Minaj? Don't she look good wearing her MAGA cap, making America great? This is a beautiful woman. You know? One of the most beautiful in the hip-hop. You know what I'm saying? She woke up and got with the winning side, and more of them, right? They don't want this, they don't like this type of smoke in this truth. Look at her. This is a beautiful woman. She looked better in red as a conservative than when she was a liberal. Now I got more respect for her now, right? This is a millionaire, right? Look at her. Yep. Let's go ahead and show some more. Let's show some more, though. Let me do this here. I'm going to put this down and shrink this down a little bit. Yes. That way you guys can see me. I got a lot of little sunlight in here. Thank you for the lights, though. Now I'm going to get back on the thing, though, man. But I do this. Y'all know I like going after the trolls, though, man. You can make memes of butter biscuits and all this stuff that you want, but it ain't changing a thing. This brother here is not, I'm not insecure at all. So go ahead with it. It's all good, right? There it is. And let's go ahead and put some more up over here. I said I got some stuff for him, though, you know. I always have stuff for him. All right. What about, hold on for a minute. Let me show this here. What about this one? Thank you. What about this one here? Look at it. Trump's new base. Look at it. Thank you for the likes. Black voices for Trump. Black voices for Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about to the trolls. I'm not the only one. Don't think I'm just rolling solo. Please believe me, you know. And what about the black militia groups that support Trump, right? All of them keep their American Expresses on them just in case, if you know what I mean, right? You are delusional to think that, oh, so-and-so just out of pocket and out of place. No. Please believe me, do not be mistaken. Thank you for the likes. Look at this. This destroys their narrative from the left. I know what Roland Martin trying to do, and I'm going to be doing great pushback against Roland Martin, right? Applehead Roland Martin, right? Because his job is, once again, what did anybody follow Greg Adams? He's the dating coach. And shout out to Greg Adams. Greg Adams. Oh, man. Greg Adams made I think he did a live stream on one of the ones recent. I didn't catch it, but I saw the title. He said that Dr. Boyce Watkins was coming after him, trying to keep him on the Democratic slave plantation. Some of you guys in the black community know who Dr. Boyce Watkins is. This is another one. He want to call people like us a coon and a sellout, which he is a coon and a sellout and a simp. You know? He the one that married a middle-aged woman with children when he had every opportunity as a millionaire, right? But that's his business. But that's why I say that he's a simp, right? And then what's the other dude, too? I mean, there's so many of them. But they're in a position of power, right? Where their job is to make sure that not many blacks deviate from the reservation, which is the Democratic slave plantation. That's what their job is. That's what their mission is. They don't offer any type of solutions in fixing the black community other just to stay there and hate Trump. That's all they talk about, right? That's all they do. Yeah, what about Willie D? That's another one. The guy from the Ghetto Boys, right? That's what these guys do. Same thing. They want to call you name. The only thing they can do is to call you a name. Like if I had like thin skin, I wouldn't be doing YouTube and all this other stuff. But for the weak-minded, that may hurt them. But it don't hurt me when you want to call me a sellout or whatever like that. They are all the sellouts, and we can keep going right down the list because none of them have offered a solution to the age-old problem in the ghettos of America. See, they already got their money. You think they live in the ghettos? No. You think they live? No, they don't. They don't even keep their money in black banks. They keep it in white banking institutions. Here's another hypocrisy, right? You name the so-called pro-black, civil rights, all the rest of them, right? Thank you for the like. Since he brought it up, let's go ahead and go there. I was going to say this to another live stream. I said, you know what? I can squeeze a little bit of this in here. And they want to make it like, because you see this is a myth. Because if it was a myth for real, then they wouldn't have to make any type of live streams and counteraction videos and reaction videos to the stuff that I'm talking about. They wouldn't have to do it, ladies and gentlemen, right? If they were so winning, right, they wouldn't have to do it. I mean, think about it. You troll, but you know that you are losing. You are a losing party, right? Look at you. And then I'm going to bring this historical point up too. And I know Omega brought it up, and we're going to elaborate that on a little bit. 1964, the civil rights, it's 1964, not just with the Civil Rights Bill, but I'm talking about the Democrats in the South, the Southern Democrats, right? Led by Lyndon B. Johnson, right? Lyndon Baines Johnson, right? Now, There was a guy by the name of Barry Goldwater. Some of you guys that live that know what I'm talking about. Barry Goldwater, right? He was, I think he was a senator or something like that in the South, right? I think it was Arizona, if I'm correct. Barry Goldwater, right? A lot of the people that were black were Republicans, like not Malcolm X, but Martin Luther King. His daddy King, his father, was a Republican, right? And many others that were Republicans, right? Because they were Republicans since Abraham Lincoln and things like that in the Civil War and all that. And with the Reconstruction period, we're talking about from, 1965 to 1977. In that time span, what's that, 10-year time span or so? There was more blacks that were in Congress. There was more blacks writing laws. That's why the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment was created. They even had to put one against the poll tax because they were charging the blacks to go to vote. The Democrats were for slavery. They were against blacks voting. They didn't want black. They were all for segregation, Jim Crow law, black laws. All that stuff was created from the left, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why I'm giving you content once again and giving you the reason why I call people like Roland Martin and all these guys out as modern day Sambos. They know this history, but they won't talk about it because it destroys their narrative, ladies and gentlemen. That's the real reason. So therefore, they know that a lot of blacks were still ignorant in regards to the Republican Party. It was established by abolitionists as well as the Whig Party, which is basically, making a long story short, blacks and whites got together to stop slavery from spreading to the West, as I said many times. That's the reason why these fools here that come in and trolling and everything, they don't know the history. Thank you for the likes. That's why it's like a grown man talking to a child and TDS and all the rest of that stuff, right? It destroys their narrative, right? They use race bait and all this other stuff, right? It's their own party on the left. The reason why you never see blacks come to any type of level of prominence because of that group that we're talking about. The leftist lunatics. They are the ones that created this. Doesn't that sound more like a Sambo? Here we are. We want blacks like myself, right? We want prosperity here because we've been denied, but this BS party telling us, giving us a fish, waiting for government programs, right? Poor, government educational system that failed a lot of us in America, right? That's the thing about it. You can tell when Omega was here versus the brother he was debating, right? Belantis, I think it is, right? You can tell that Omega went to a private school. He went to private school. He didn't go to a public school. His diction is excellent, very analytical. He has he's an engineering major background by right. And I rock with Omega. I mean, this guy here has a high IQ, right? I think he said he's at 145 IQ. That makes him genius level. Anything that's 145 and up, that makes you on the genius status. It really does. And it's okay being normal. Everybody can't be 145. I'm not. I'm just some random dude. But I'm still going to put, like I said, I'm putting common sense and logic to an age-old problem. And I understand why these people on the left, these old phony black leaders, civil rights leaders, none of them. They don't, like I said before, you can call them out. They all keep their money in white banking institutions. Facts. They don't deal with black people on no level. You think any of them gonna keep their money in the black bank? They don't. They keep it in a white banking institution. Right? That's what they do. They are hypocrites of their own ideas or ideologies and philosophies. Hypocrites. That's why I call them out. I ain't worried about them coming after me because, like I said before, they don't want this smoke for real. See, I call them out. They are the ones, right? You even got your Umar Johnson types, right? The guy that went to school and all the rest of this stuff. All they know how to do is grift off of the people that are ill-informed, that do not have the knowledge, let alone to be able, all they like, they love, you know, when most of them, they just love hearing about, yeah, the white man did this, the white man did that. Like I told y'all before, whites included. You already know that most black people can't stand your guts. I'm talking about the liberal side. A lot of them can't stand you. They hate you. At least I'm being honest and telling you to your face what I'm talking about. Them on the left, they don't. They don't rock with you like that. Every type of word that come out of their mouth is hypocritical. You know what I'm saying? They don't rock with you like that, right? I rock with you, but they don't rock with you like that. They got a lot of white friends that are cool. I even have some that are liberal. Most of them are conservative. You know what I'm saying? To my whites now. And I definitely have a group of blacks that are very conservative that also rock with this dude here, to my Trump. Right? So let's go ahead and show a few more. But yeah, I just wanted to show, because that's the thing about it, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they want to make it sound like we're in some type of cult or something. You know, thank you for the likes. When in actuality, they are the ones that's being misused or misled or whatever. Hold on, we got another one over here too. Let me go ahead and put this one up. Boy, don't they look, boy, that nice and clean, looking good. Look at them, ladies and gentlemen. Trump's black supporters. Look at this, boy. Looking good. Thank you for the likes. Not all tattoos and looking crazy, all this weird hair and all this other crap. Look very, very respectable. Don't they, ladies? Thank you for the like. Don't they look very, I sound like Jesse Lee Peterson, don't I? I really do, boy. I have to go and listen to Jesse Lee one day. I would love to be on Jesse Lee Peterson's show. I got to fly to California, though. But one day, y'all may see me on Jesse Lee Peterson's show, man. I would love to go on Jesse Lee. And I'm not going to be on that show on no defense stuff like a lot of these liberals are. But it'll be refreshing for him talking to me. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, I will even wear my MAGA cap when I come on this show. How about that? Look at that. Looking good. Boy, I'll tell you, looking good. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for the likes, though, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying, though, man. This is what we're talking about here. This destroys their whole leftist narrative. Thank you for the likes. This destroys the whole leftist narrative about us, right? Oh, yeah, you know, they got the butter biscuit thing and all the rest of this stuff, man. Man, I tell y'all, boy, I tell you. I think I got a few more, and then we're going to go back to our thing here. Thank you for the likes, though, too. I know a lot of y'all like it when I do the roasting on the people on the left, though, you know. I'm talking about the trolls, especially these black trolls that come in here. Here's the thing right here, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't this accurate, what I just put up here? Let me put this down here. I hate happening. No, I don't want to cover up Nikki. I can't do that. You can't cover up one of the most beautiful women in hip-hop. You can't cover her face up like that. Let's leave Nikki up there. All right. Yeah, we're going to keep Nikki up there. You know, she's a beautiful woman. Democrats hate Americans, right? Ain't no question mark. Thank you for the like. It's an actual fact. Dems hate America. Look at that. I'm going to keep that up. I'm going to have to put my camera back up in a minute. Yeah. They hate America. Yep. Nikki used to be on the left. She was, you know, on the left before. But she done smartened up and wise up. Just didn't make any sense. But look at her. Looking a lot better now. Very conservative. Boy, that red looks good on her. You know what I'm saying? Just like the red hat looked good on me. Boy, I tell you. Look at this. Yep. Dems hate America. Why do the Democrats hate America so much? Right? I'm not talking about their voter base so much. I'm talking about the people that's in control, right? They hate America so excuse me. They hate America so much. I gotta get some water. Why do they hate America so much, ladies and gentlemen? I will say this. One of the main reasons why they hate America so much, because they hate the Constitution. They can't seem to get by the Constitution. Most Democrats that are in power and control hate the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. We know this for a fact. Out of the Constitution, those are the ones that they hate the most. They don't like freedom of speech, only to benefit their narrative, right? And then they also don't like the fact that guns, we have a right to bear arms. Let no one infringe on our rights, on our rights, right? And we're not going to allow them to infringe on our rights, right? Because it's your God right to own a gun. No political party can tell you what you can have a gun or not. If I can walk around with an M16, I have that opportunity. They left that open when they created the Constitution because they know technology will change. That's why they didn't put no special. I mean, back then, what was they using? Muskets and stuff, and certain type of shotguns and rifles and stuff. But they left it open because they know technology would change in time and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So they understand this type of stuff. But we got to keep in mind though, these haters are coming from the left, the sock puppets of the globalists hate the Constitution. Democrats hate America. I think that's going to be one of my. We're going to talk about this corruption though too, man. One day, this corruption as well too. This is what it is. This is what it is, boy. Look at Nikki. All right, so let me go ahead and remove Nikki for a minute, and then we're going to play this video out here a little bit.
That people have gathered at and are ready to march to the state capitol at about 2 o'clock. Kent, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, thousands and thousands of people have been here listening to music and speakers, and I think Dave Porter can show here. We're on top of a parking garage above the parking lot here at St. Paul. You can see this crowd of thousands is starting to move out of here and make their way down across the interstate. We're about a mile and a half from the state capitol here, and there are still people just beginning to file down the sidewalks across the bridge here and get there. And if you take a look just behind here, there's still hundreds of people who have just found parking, apparently just trying to get here. A lot of people. They were going to be starting this march, we were told, at about noon from this location. Again, it's one of 3 locations that are going to the state capitol, but they're just beginning to get mobilized, and the speakers haven't even said anything formal about March yet. It's just, I think a lot of people are anxious to get down to the Capitol. Speaking of those who are marching today, I ran into Peter up here who had just parked. And Peter, you've got a cane. It looks like you're doing your best to be out here, but you said you're going to be marching, and I want to find out, why is it that you want to be out here today?
Well, hey, I'm here because I worked 35 years in an iron foundry, Smith Foundry, actually, and I wore out my body. I have an artificial hip, artificial ankle. I've earned my benefits, and the MAGA regime is threatening both Social Security and Medicare.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
I'm here in solidarity with
Excuse my
everyone
French,
else
though, ladies and gentlemen.
today.
He said his
Cold day.
his,
It's not going to be an
hold on
easy
for a
walk
minute.
from
Hold
here,
on for
about a
minute.
mile and a half.
Hold on for a minute. He said that his Social Security and so forth was at threat. Wasn't it Trump that said the big beautiful bill and all that? And then not only that, when we talk about no tax on the seniors, I'm still waiting. Remember the Democrats lied and said how all the benefits was going to be pulled away because of Trump? I'm still waiting, Democrats. Where's that happened? Where has it happened? Remember the Democrats lied and say how black people were going to be next after the illegal immigrants? They said that black people was going to be rounded up by the thousands or by the millions, right? And then shipped over to somewhere else. Y'all remember they said that lie? I'm still waiting, right? I'm still waiting. How long I got to wait? It's here we are, 2026. How long I got to wait? What's the other lie that they've been telling about, right? Oh, yeah, boy, look at this. Let me go and play this. Hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen.
Wanted to do this, and are you feeling up for it?
Old fool.
Well, it's a cold day, and I'm not going to get overheated.
Should be at
I'll
home.
limping along. I'll make the march despite my artificial joint.
Oh, my goodness. What? Why is he out here, artificial hip and all? You know that cold weather in Minnesota, man, that arthritis, he should be at home. You need to take your behind at home. You too old to be out here talking about a protest. Take him home. This is elderly abuse, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, look at this, man. I feel sorry for him.
All right, Peter. Many people here are motivated by many different things for being out at this march today. We'll be hearing from obviously many people today and what motivated them to come out. One thing that we've heard from a lot of speakers that's really, and we've seen a lot of the same signs that we saw during the ICE operation here in the Twin Cities, and it did seem to be something that many people here had recognized, others that had stood up and done different things during the ICE operation.
Thank you for the like.
So I'm sure that'll be a theme today. We've seen several signs about the war, several other things. Obviously, these protests began even a year before this. Before many of these things, you know, with the war in Iran, and ICE really came into our backyard. So it'll be interesting to see. We're going to be following and seeing how big these crowds get, of course. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Raya.
Yeah, Kent, thank you. Certainly a lot of different topics on the table today. People fired up for a number of reasons, as you mentioned. We'll check back in with you soon. Thank you for being out there for us, Kent. We do want to now bring in Amy Frederickson.
Thank you for the like.
Like I said, formerly known to a lot of folks as Amy Koch, a Republican strategist, was the first woman to ever serve as majority leader in the Minnesota Senate. Amy, thanks for making time for us. I understand you are currently at your cabin at the moment, so we appreciate you being here.
I'm up north. Thank you.
You bet.
I think we're having the same weather. A little bit cold, but
a little
warming
cold
up.
out there. We just heard from a Minnesotan who said, you know, he wants to be out there. He's motivated because he feels threatened by some of the policies that we've seen from the Trump administration. I just first want to get your response and reaction to the scale of this protest, seeing that we're expecting, up to perhaps 100,000 people coming out here today.
Yeah, man. Try to find one that can report it to tell both sides of the story versus one side. Let's see what she has to say.
Right. Well, it is that if the numbers bear out, and given the protests to ICE in January when it was negative 25, I have no reason to think that they won't.
Thank you for the like.
Also, because Minnesota has become really sort of ground zero for protest after, Metro surge and 3,000 ICE agents here. And we've also got, a lot of big names that are coming. And again, that's not a surprise. That's because Minnesota became a real example. So, and I think that the interview you just had with a gentleman with artificial joints that's willing to come out and make the march despite all of that because of what he feels. It's definitely a movement that has only gathered steam, far more steam than, frankly, the rallies that we saw last year. There seems to be growing momentum for this, and that's something that, whatever political stripe you are, whatever side of the aisle that you're on, it should not be ignored, because things like this are largely organic. Certainly there are organizers, and certainly there are people funding things, but to get that number of people that fired up to come out on a day like today and march from wherever they are to the state capitol and stand for hours it cannot be all astroturf, right? Cannot be all just sort of paid protesters. There's a movement that shouldn't be ignored.
So, Amy, you say a movement like this should not be ignored. Do you think a protest of this scale and this size would influence Republican messaging or legislative priorities moving forward? Well,
it should impact, like, for example, at the state capitol, what lawmakers decide to do. And I will say this, when it comes to Metro Surge and sort of what we saw from really like constitutional concerns, when you had American citizens being taken out of their home, sometimes a mistake, right? We know of many cases where there were folks that were taken out. They were legal citizens. They had ID. They were not allowed or even asked for their ID. Even as a Republican, I watched that with concern, and I always say, if it was a president from the other side or an administration from the other side doing that, how would I feel? And I should apply it the same, especially when it comes to our constitutional rights. And so I think that there are things that both sides could agree on that could be worked on. the problem is with anything, everything becomes so political these days. It doesn't matter, big issues, small issues, everything becomes political. And unfortunately, it becomes, difficult for both sides to work on anything where there actually might be some agreement. And I think in this case, there actually could be some agreement.
Well, and you have been critical of Operation Metro Surge. If I'm not mistaken, you have said that, former Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem should face some accountability, some repercussions. We've seen her then being let go from that role. Do you think that Minnesotans speaking out and acting in the way that they did throughout that operation, that immigration?
Yeah, this is a rhino right here. I kind of figured so. That's what I'm talking about. This is a perfect example. See, they get these, when she just say Republican, I'm going to take it a step further. This is a rhino. Republican in name only. The lady that she brought up here on the panel that's supposed to speak for, I'm not saying that you can't have a critical, criticize, but anybody that knows what's going on, as I said earlier, in regards to Iran, it wasn't nothing about the oil, regards to, it was about liberating that country, and then the oil prices and all that. You got a stronghold that because they were funding that all to China. China received oil. That was one of their major hubs, was Iran, and that was set up purposely by the globalists. See, they're not gonna tell that real talk. Right now in the Strait of Hormuz, I believe that the warship, one of our ships, should be over there or whatever to make sure that that region over there and that passage, that waterway passage, is free and clear from any type of hostile events, chokeholds, and so forth, man. It's going to be taken care of, right? Because we have the greatest military in the world right over here. And if they're not there already, they should be there, one of the two. But other than that, who's in control? No King Globalist. That's what we're talking about here, That's what we're talking about. I'm totally talking about no kings, but we're talking about the globalists. That's who we're really talking about. If you got a constitution, you don't have no king. They have the talking points on Bernie, what he was talking about. I can't even listen to Bernie that long, I'll fall asleep. You know what I'm saying? He ain't talking about nothing anyway, though. He's still talking about oligarchy. He even go to sleep talking about oligarchy. The oligarchy. He even falls asleep. The oligarchy. We wake up. Oligarchy. He loves that word, man. He loves that word. Nobody who's the average person running around here talking about the oligarchy? I don't even use it in my vocabulary, but he loves it for some reason. He just loves it. It just defeats his whole narrative. When we start looking at NATO, we start looking at the UN. All this is controlled by who? The globalists. Paris Climate Act, the WHO, the WEP, whatever, you know what I'm saying? What's that? Wexham, one of those, you know what I'm talking about, Yeah, here it is. The globalists. Somebody put in there talking about Trump is the Antichrist ball. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh, man. Shit, if that was so true, he wouldn't be getting the scrutiny and being under attack. It's the people that, this is a spiritual war, once again, between good and evil. This is what it is. This is who we are fighting against. We're trying to save America. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And Trump and the administration and Patriots are doing an excellent job. MAGA, you can't destroy MAGA. They tried to separate us. They even put Tucker Carlson. They try to put, I call him Tucker Carlson. That's what a lot of us call Tucker Carlson, right? You also have Megan Tokyo Rose Kelly, right? Who else do we have? I know, right? I didn't make those terms up, but it's so fitting to them, right? You also have Candace, right? Candace, I do everything for Clout Owens, right? This is another one. Oh, my goodness, right? But these other people, you got Nick Fuentes, right? All of them, right, work in concert with the people on the left. They were plants. You got the Hodge twins, boy. The twins, they were never MAGA anyway. They started out as, but that's to get their weight up. And then they turned on Trump. I'd never turn on Trump, ever. I would never turn on Trump because Trump is doing a hell of a job fighting the globalists, right? And he's kicking their you know what. That's why they got to have these old stupid No Kings rally stuff. What does this mean? Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. They have a right to protest. But as it stands, I still stand for no illegal immigration. We want the illegal aliens out this country. We gave him a mandate, and he's going to follow that mandate, and he's been doing that mandate, right? Talking about Trump. Catch him, right? Round their asses up and get their ass out of the country, right? But this is why the Dems hate the Constitution. They hate America because they want to try to they were bringing them in here, trying to destroy our economy and everything, though, man. They can miss me with all this hypocritical stuff. And the trolls that come in here, y'all can miss me too.
Operation here in Minnesota had any sort of influence on some of that decision-making that was taking place within the federal government and the White House?
Absolutely it did. And I think as Republicans, and although it can be harder to speak out against your own party, and we see that on both sides, it's
hard to speak out because you are a rhino. That's what you are. But go ahead, Miss Rhino.
More important for us to speak out. And I think, yes, of course.
I'm surprised she don't have her ass down there at the protest. Why you ain't at the protest? That's what I would have said. Since you caping for him so much, shouldn't you have your ass down there at that protest? Go on and put your butt down there at that protest.
Streets, and it was the actions that they were taking that drew attention and moved things along. But there were
move this Rhino
Brown checking back in. All right, Joe McCoy at the state capitol. Tons of people already out there.
Rhinos bore me, man. They really do. Hypocrisy, one and the same group.
You've said there are people who've been showing up for a few hours at this point. So set the scene for us. What are you seeing and experiencing out on the Capitol grounds?
Yeah, Raya, already thousands of people here at the Capitol. I spoke with some women who were here as early as 8 a.m. this morning to get a front row seat to this No Kings rally. This is, obviously a huge sea of people here already, and we still have just under a couple of hours until the official No Kings rally begins. But this being the flagship rally, there are going to be some big names here. We know Bruce Springsteen is going to perform. Jane Fonda will be here. We know Senator Bernie Sanders will be here, and that is...
That's another one, boy. That damn Bruce Springsteen. I can't stand Bruce Springsteen, man. Jane Fonda. Oh, my goodness, boy. That's another one, boy. These are tools from, that's what they, these guys are, millionaires, if not maybe billion. Some of them are definitely that. You know what I'm saying? They can't relate to the common day man. They also fight for the globalists. They push this type of stuff. They are anti-American, anti-Constitution, and I call them out on it as well, too. A lot of these celebrities, ladies and gentlemen, they are also, though, none of them, man, they ain't struggling. You think because of the TSA and all the rest of this stuff, look at this stuff here, man. I tell you, look at it. They're not struggling, even with the prices of oil that have gone up a little bit. They ain't hurting. Are they hurting? Is Bruce Springsteen hurting? Is Jane Fonda, Is she hurting? No. Right? Whoopi Goldberg, is she hurting? No. Joyce Behar, is she hurting? No. None of them are hurting. Summer Halston, is she hurting? No. Right? What about George Clooney? Is he hurting? No. He moved to Paris, France. Is he hurting? No. None of them are hurting. Let's go ahead and talk about
including a laundry list of local elected officials, including Governor Walz, Ilhan Omar, etc. So the crowd is very riled up. I was just talking with people. Of course, there's a laundry list of concerns that they have right now, which is why they're out here today. Immigration enforcement, top of mind for people, given the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. The war in Iran is also...
Which they started their own demise. Renee and Good and Petty started their own. There was their own demise.
Concern. I talked with two veterans here who say that they are disgusted by the war in Iran and the millions of dollars that are being spent on that. People are also concerned about the economy that is, attached.
I'm not concerned about the economy because once Trump get this thing with Iran taken care of, to tie up some loose ends, When we get control of that Strait of Hormuz, once that gets under control, y'all gonna see oil prices drop like you never have before, right? You never have before. You're gonna watch that stuff drop down.
War in Iran with the increasing gas prices, so a lot of concerns on people's minds. But I do not believe the colder temperatures are keeping anyone away from being out here today. I was quite frankly very shocked by how many people were here when we arrived this morning.
Yeah, and probably actually had to pay them to come out there in that damn cold. Don't you always pay protesters? If it was a real organic protest, people should be able to come out. But what do they do on the left? They always got to pay people or whatever, you know? Let's just hope that this so-called so far it's looking like a protest instead, because the other ones have gone violent.
Around 10 a.m., as I said, people here.
But you know what they do? They tell their people to tone it down now because we're getting closer and closer to the midterms. They can't have any mistakes with people coming out here, getting out of pocket, arrests and so forth or whatever, because they know with ICE, they waiting. They all are waiting, you know. They're waiting.
Hours before that. So these crowds are only continuing to grow as we still have about an hour and 45 minutes until the official protest kicks off, Raya.
Thank
Let's see if we can go ahead and move this a little forward to hear, because I don't want to hear no singing and stuff like that. Let me see here. I'm going to bring up a little bit with Bernie. You know, the oligarchy. Let me see here. I'm trying to see if I can find him. What, that was Jane Fonda. Henry Fonda's daughter. She's a Fonda, you know. No mistakes about that. She's a Fonda. I'm not fond of Jane Fonda, that's for sure. Let me see here. Don't y'all like how I did that? Here he is. This is Bernie Sanders. Here he is. Bernie! Take it away, Bernie.
In every state in our country who are gathering today at thousands of rallies.
Man, is it just me, ladies and gentlemen? Does those applauses seem kind of light? It don't sound like when Trump be speaking. You hear like roaring, you know? Why does it sound light, you know? Bernie Sanders.
It is absolutely appropriate that we hold a major No Kings rally right here in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area. When historians write about this dangerous moment in American history, when they write about courage and sacrifice.
For the globalists. Go ahead, Bernie. Talk about how you want to protect the globalists. Go ahead.
The people of Minnesota will deserve a special chapter for themselves. In the face of unprecedented occupation of this city by ICE, Trump's domestic army, this community stood up and with extraordinary solidarity fought back and won.
No, they didn't win. How did they fight back and won? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we still have ICE. Now, I mean, I'm just saying stuff has been postponed, but he says that they won. That's not true. If Democrats ain't been winning ish, I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna be cool.
Minnesota showed the American people and, in fact, the world what democracy is about.
See, we keep using the word democracy. It's mob rules. See, they tell on themselves, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't think that a lot of Americans know what democracy is. Since we've been under Trump administration, right? Trump been running it, right? The whole MAGA administration is about what we talked about again, a constitutional republic. United States of America, for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty, justice, and all. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about the constitutional republic, right? Not democracy. But I understand what he's talking about, because when he talk this stuff, these are words, buzzwords, and terms, because he wants to protect the establishment, which we call the globalists.
What grassroots activism is about and what standing up for the American ideals of freedom and justice.
That's bull. He never stood up for freedom, justice, or no equality at all. Look at the black community. Look at what Trump had to do by sending in the National Guards into Memphis and these other in Washington D.C. and things, getting these places together. Though crime dropped between 20 and 30%. It's been since 125 years. When they ran it, look how out of control crime was. They were cooking the books. They pushed the numbers up, made more people, these foreigners, these illegals that came into the country. And the ones that did the crime, they were classifying them as white too. And this is why the numbers were so cooked. They just said, well, yeah, white people committed more crime and all this other stuff. And in fact, when you start to look at it, there was a lot of crime that was going on, but they were cooking the books. You know what I'm saying? They were cooking the books. They made sure to keep the black numbers way down. We already know. If anybody that lived in any of these inner cities, though, you know the statistics ain't low, it's high. Keep it real.
It's about. And I want to thank my colleagues, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, for the
They ain't nothing neither. They globalist puppets too. Go ahead. Klobuchar and all them. Go ahead.
leadership in the Senate on this issue. And today we remember and honor two brave Americans, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who lost their lives.
Gonna make them monitors, right? That's what they were doing, just like they did with George. You know, you already know what's his name, George. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of you have a loss of. I haven't heard his name in a while. George Floyd. There we go. It's just like they did with George Floyd, right?
Struggle, and we promise their family
that BLM stuff, right? You know, you don't even hear that group anymore. These grassroots, they were stealing the money then, pocketed all that money. You know what I'm saying, man? I tell you, man.
And their friends that these two heroes will not have died in vain.
Man, those applauses sounding kind of light to me, man. They really are very light. Is it me, guys, or does it sound like there's a lot of people out there? Was they trying, you know how what the lying leftist media try to do? They love to try to play, they try to make it more than what it is. You could tell, man, everybody out there ain't applauding over this dude or what he's saying, because there ain't that many people there.
Sacrifice has inspired and will continue to inspire the American people in the never-ending struggle for justice.
You got the Phoenix sign up in the background. Somebody holding, is that a shield or something? Right? What the, you know what I'm saying? What is this, Hunger Games Part 3? What the?
As all of you know, we are living in an unprecedented and dangerous moment in American history.
It's dangerous for the globalists right now because Trump is stripping their power away from them step by step. That's why Bernie is saying it's dangerous. He's not talking about what I'm just doing a translation. It's really the globalists is in trouble right now. They're the ones right now that's on the run, right? They are panicked out. They never thought that Trump could outsmart them, right? This is an actual fact. You could tell for people like this dude here, these guys ain't never been under scrutiny like Trump have. Ain't nobody took pot shots at Bernie. Bernie never been deplatformed off from the banks and all the and social media and all this other stuff. But they came after Trump and his children. None of these guys came under scrutiny. Him, Obama, none of them. But they all globalist sock puppets. That's why you see my meme that I created, because it's very fitting to what's going on here. And let's go and play some more of Bernie.
In many ways, the future of our country, and in fact the entire world, is hanging in the balance.
It's hanging in the balance once again because of who? The globalists is feeling threatened. The globalists hate the tariffs. The globalists want the old taxation the way it was before, right? Look at this. Look how much of a deficit we in now because of these lying bastards that they set this whole system up. It was designed to fail. That's why the global reset was trying to happen, and the new green scam deal. They were pushing these agendas, right? We don't benefit from this stuff, meaning that we have to accept less. Don't worry about owning home ownership. Just be happy, being okay. All this fake meat, all this other crap, right? That they want us eating. Why they eat the good stuff, you know? He is in contradictory. He's also look at him as an oligarchy because Bernie Sanders is worth millions of dollars, just like the rest of them on the left. There's politicians. They're all millionaires. Look at them.
And the actions that we take now will determine what the future looks like. The choices that we face are clear. In the wealthiest country in the history of the world, at a time of massive breakthroughs in technology, we now have the opportunity to create a nation in which all people can enjoy a dignified standard of living.
The dignified standards of living, which under the Democrat rule, we never had. There was always, what we call it, between a distinction between rich and poor. At least we used to have what we call a middle class. We don't really have a true middle class no more because of them representing the globalists. This is all their fault, ladies and gentlemen. We already know it because we live in it. These guys are out of touch. How is a millionaire can relate to what we're going through? All of them are millionaires, right? Look at them. How can they relate, ladies and gentlemen? When you got to go work 2-3 jobs, overtime and some, put food on the table for your families and stuff. How does these people that are millionaires relate? But do you notice they always talk about the billionaires, but they want to keep the emphasis and keep the light off of them because a majority of their party have enriched themselves by stealing the taxpayers' dollars, NGO programs, USAID, and so forth. This is where all this stuff is coming from, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to play some more.
We wipe out bigotry and hatred.
They never wiped out bigotry and hatred. You know why? Because the only thing that the reason why I say they never wiped it out, because their party was practicing it. Bigotry and hatred came from the left policies, party, right? That's exactly what it is. We got a history of this type of crap and stuff.
And where all of us can live in peace and participate in a vibrant democracy.
We never had a vibrant, you can't have vibrant and democracy when you're under mob rules. It makes no sense, right? It's going to either be one rich, one poor. That's it. Just look at the black community. One rich, one poor. They have never demonstrated and showed that we had a, let's say, a prosperity in these hoods and everything like that. It's gotten a lot worse, you know. But people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the rest of them, they don't even look at their own districts. I'm talking about AOC, right? Chuck Schumer, they don't look in their own districts, ladies and gentlemen. They don't deal with the real world, the real people, right? Look at this. I'm going to let him make a fool of himself. Come on, Bernie.
Where the foundation of our nation is built on love, compassion, human solidarity, and an understanding.
If that was the case, we wouldn't even have slavery, let alone we wouldn't have had Jim Crow, segregation, and all this other stuff if that was the case. We never had it, Bernie. We never had it. And your party that you represent is the major contributor as to why we never had it. I'm going to let him make a fool of himself again. Go ahead.
As your great former senator, the late Paul Wellstone, said, We all do better when we all do better.
Y'all ain't never did better. Therefore, all don't do better. You never did better. Your whole policies, show me a policy where everybody was doing better. You had one rich, one poor. We used to have a middle class, and then you had the poor. And in these low-income communities and stuff like that, you never reached your hand out to teach them how to fish. You just gave them a fish. That's one of the reasons why, once again, the black and brown communities never came into prominence because of this man and people like him. And this is their whole party. And I call bull, you know what, BS when I hear BS, man. Look at this crap. Now make a fool out of myself. Go ahead, Bernie. You're doing a great job of making a fool out of yourself.
And that is one vision for the future, a vision that, in my view, the vast majority of the American people share. But there is another vision out there as well, a darker vision. It is a vision which says that we must give up on democracy, that we are too stupid and inept to govern ourselves.
Boy, give up on, yeah, I'm all for giving up on, we're constitutional republic, as I said before, right? That is the main headings right there. Constitutional republic. And we stand by the Constitution. They don't. That's why you never hear them ever mention anything. Most of these people will never mention about the Constitution. You hear more democracy stuff and all that stuff, you know. You hear that type of stuff a lot, right? But they don't believe in what they really are saying. Because we already know what they're pushing. It's like undertows with socialism. Because, you know, Bernie is a socialist, you know. There's different forms of it. You got the progressives that's a lot more progressive than he is. You know what I'm saying? At least I can tolerate him a little bit better than some of these other whacked out, you know what I'm saying, for real. But, you know, with the Democrats, they all have to be lockstep with each other, right? When the camera is rolling. Now, behind the scenes is what we don't know, but we know they're arguing behind the scenes, you know, different agendas and policies and stuff like that, stuff that we really don't see. But when the cameras are on, they're going to give the appearance and the image that we all together. You hear him say it a lot.
That we must put more and more power into the hands of one man. It is a vision that says we should accept an economy in which a handful of oligarchs have unbelievable wealth, while the vast majority of our people struggle to.
Mass of our people. Bernie, you never struggled. Bernie, you never had a real job. What is that, 40 some odd years as a, look at Bernie as a senator? I mean, you know, you never struggled, Bernie, ever. You a multi-millionaire, Bernie. What are you talking about, man? These people, 77 million plus, voted for Trump. It wasn't like Trump just, you know, hijacked the system. This is what the people wanted. We gave him a mandate. He ran on his promises. I can't say the same about your party on the left, because you don't really have a party till you get in there and then you start changing stuff and lying and blaming on other people. That's what the Democrats do. Look at this stuff here. He's trying to play it. You notice they never talk about, again, he's talking about the oligarchy. You and what I showed earlier is the oligarchy. You just a sock puppet. I mean, just like the rest of them. Obama, a sock puppet. Hillary and Bill Clinton, sock puppets. Go down the list. These are all sock puppets to the ones that are controlling people in charge. Look at the puppet. Look at the shadowy figure behind the puppet. Don't look at the puppet. Concentrate on the person who's controlling the puppet. That's what it is. Let me make him make a fool of himself. He's doing a great job of it, by the way. Go ahead, Bernie.
Food on the table. It is a vision that says that the only thing that matters in life is the accumulation of money and power.
And that's like the kettle calling the pot black. You guys have had a history of accumulating wealth by stolen wealth from the people. You don't even talk about Fort Knox anymore. And then what about what the other people have to deal with here? You took our tax dollars, enriched yourselves, put them in these NGO programs, sent them on this old BS stuff, and then kick back in your own personal pockets. No damn way in the world. How can a senator make millions of dollars? How do a congressman make millions of dollars, right? How does governors make millions of dollars? This is the question. That's why you notice that they always say billionaires. They never say millionaires. But why not? A lot of you guys in my room, I'm pretty safe to say that majority of you are not millionaires. I'm not a millionaire, right? But this man is a millionaire. Chuck Schumer is a millionaire. AOC is a millionaire. Jasmine Crockett is a millionaire. Maxine Waters is a millionaire. Gavin Knucklehead Newsom is a millionaire. Adam Shifty Schiff is a millionaire. We're going to keep naming them. Pocahontas, Warren, and all the rest of them are millionaires, ladies and gentlemen. You go right down on their list. All of them are millionaires, right? What about Hakeem Jeffries? Isn't he a millionaire? Right? Millionaire class. All of them in the millionaire class. How did they get their money? Bernie, how did you get your money, Bernie? You had to do it by what? Stealing the money and the wealth from who? The people. Tell that truth, right? Because all this is nonsense. Just sitting up here lying. Because if it was true, he would include millionaires. Most of you would say millionaires and billionaires. Oh, he just said billionaires. But you, the millionaire, it's DMs like you that sit up here and say that the billionaires are the problem, which in action what causes the poor an issue. And actually, that's actually factually true. Because like I said, we talking about the globalists, right? The people, the controlling people, right? If you're going to quote me, you better say it right? Put the rest of it in there. I know my content and I know what I'm talking about, right? There it is. Let's go on and make him make a fool of himself. Go right ahead.
And that it is okay.
Let me just say this too. He should be sitting at home. He done already got so much of stolen money. He should be at home somewhere with his family and his $1 million mansions and all the rest of this stuff. His family don't never have to work ever while y'all out here working and suffering, right? He don't know nothing about that. He shouldn't even be in this position at all. That's why we need to put term limits. This guy is way over the age. He should not be there. 40 some odd years as a senator, it's too long. You got to go. Got to go.
If we lie, cheat, and steal to achieve those goals.
You should know. Your party had a history of doing it.
It is a vision which says that we must hate each other because of where we were born. Hate each other because of a different language that some...
You know he just lied about that too? Look what he just lied about. We have an illegal alien immigration issue that we were being invaded in this country. You got a lot of Americans from all places all over the world that are Americans that were sworn in, naturalized citizens and all. It's not true, Bernie. Everybody ain't out here burning on these people and coming out on these people, whatever. You know, like I just sit up here and hate everybody from another country, and I even got friends, Latino and all the rest of them. What he's talking about, man, right? And I am a Trump supporter. So this destroys their narrative. But we know what he's trying to do, because this is what they always do, ladies and gentlemen. Lie, use race, use ethnicities to try to say that what Trump is a hater of all these other people, right? Look at this nonsense. Go ahead and make a fool out of yourself.
Hate each other because of the differences in the color of our skin.
There we go there you go. See?
Or our religion or our sexual orientation. It is a vision that
They're the ones that weaponized the LGBTQ under Obama. You didn't have to do that. The people in the gay community and all that didn't have to be weaponized at all. They were okay in their own communities until Obama came around. Said that many of times, right? Calling them out on their hypocrisy and their bullshit, right? How do you have a 4% people at the time of Obama? 4%, right? You leapfrog over the black community and things. You had every opportunity to do more. You're supposed to be black, half black, or whatever you're supposed to be. And you did not do it. This is the hypocrisy again I'm going to call out. Look at this stuff.
Hatred and hatred and hatred, division.
Shit, you even got people that's LGB in actually as part of the MAGA movement as well too. That's what they don't talk about either. See, it destroys their narrative. Go ahead.
And division. It is an Orwellian vision which says that we must live in a constant state of fear, that we must always have an enemy, and that we must always be at war.
They have the longest history of going to war under the globalists. Let's keep it real. They trying to say what Trump did, the Afghanistan war was unnecessary, the Iraq war was unnecessary, Kuwait war was unnecessary, right? It was unnecessary war. When we got attacked, and that shouldn't have never happened. A lot of us know that was an inside job. None of this stuff should have happened, but it was happened. It happened purposely, right, to push agendas and more control, right? When it come down to America, right, this is what it was all about, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just translating over the crap that he's talking about here, right? Because like I said before, when he wanted to say about Trump in the war, Trump strategically hit these particular areas without harming and killing people. Stuff that when they did with Afghanistan and all this stuff and Iraq and stuff, there was a lot of people, including soldiers, that was KIA or MIA and all the rest of this stuff. It's going to say it for what it really is. A 20-year war, more money, more funding, right? And giving them inferior tools to fight that war. So more of these soldiers can be unalived. It's all the rest of this stuff. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what happened. Because they know war is profitable, right? Military-industrial complex. And he's locked up right in with them. He's nothing but a sock puppet to those guys, too. And it's going to keep it real. So, though you can miss me with that, Bernie, you ain't talking to no fool.
It is a vision which says that we have unlimited amount.
That ain't a lot of people out there, ladies and gentlemen. That's not a lot of people. That's why the applauses are light.
Of money for bombs and guns and killing, but never enough money to feed our children.
Oh, my God, man. It's like I'm interrupting this guy every time, right? They shut down the government. Remember when they did it last year, ladies and gentlemen? Who suffered? Their own constituents, the people that was on SNAP and all that. Y'all remember that? Wasn't that long ago. Just like what they're doing now, hurting the TSA agents. Trump had to step up again because all the Democrats care, the ones that are in power, all they care about is pushing their agendas. That's really the agendas of the globalists. It's not really their agenda. It's the agenda of the globalists that's trying to push. Trump said he's not going to move on any of that because right now, MAGA Trump has the leverage and have the control. And he's not going to waffle. He's not going to compromise with their demands because why? Because they're not in power. And we can do this as long as it takes, right? We can do it as long as it takes.
Provide affordable housing or enable our parents to retire with dignity.
Your party was the one, again, that was taxing the seniors. Trump, at least he had a policy to say no tax on Social Security benefits. Our seniors should have never been taxed. But who was standing for that? The Democrats and these rhino-ass Republicans, right? They still want us to be in a debt income system where they pull the taxes from us. Look at the inflation. It still ain't went down. Remember before under Biden, it was as high as 9%. We still in a just because it dropped down, it's still inflation don't go away. That's what a lot of people don't realize. It's still here. Until the central bank has been removed, it's still here. Federal Reserve is going to always be here until that has been removed. Then you'll start seeing this stuff, right? No other president is going to promise you. It's going to go back in the, we are working in the illusional economic system, which does not work for the people of America. It works for the millionaires as well as the billionaires. And I'm putting his ass in that same class. You can't separate it or split it. We ain't going to allow you to split atoms here at Bernie. You're part of that class, right? This is what your party on the left won't call out. Because if I was a Democrat, I'd be like saying, well, shit, he's a millionaire. He ain't did shit for the black community, let alone for America. We paying all these taxes and all the rest of that stuff. If it wasn't going to be for Trump, it's going to be somebody much worse. Kamala didn't have no answer for it. You know what I'm saying? So what? What are we saying here, right? Let me make a jackass out of himself. Whole jackass party. Go right ahead.
Today, here in Minnesota, in Vermont, and in every state in the country, we say loudly and proudly that as Americans, we will never forsake our heritage. We will never accept authoritarianism.
Yep, and in translation, we are going to accept authoritarian system. You know, this is the thing. All this other stuff, they want to keep it. We were not doing better before Trump. We were doing worse. Facts. It's just that many of us were, let's say, caught up. Now, I knew things wasn't right, but we all been fooled. We all been hoodwinked, and we have been bamboozled with this uniparty and the globalists. They made you brainwash us to think that taxes is the only way. And it could have worked, but they were still in the money. This is why they're millionaires now. Their own party won't call out their hypocrisy. You want to talk about other issues, shouldn't you be talking about where the money is going first? I mean, look around in your community, right? Look at your income. It has been impacted tremendously. You even had to create this BS COVID stuff. Man, let him make a fool out of himself, and I'm done. Go ahead, Bernie.
We will never accept oligarchy. And
you already accepted oligarchy a long time ago. Go ahead.
We'll never accept a president who is a pathological liar.
Oh, my goodness. Trump is a pathological liar. If that was true, he would have made good on any of his policies. He the one that said, I'm going to shut down the border, right? He the one that said there's going to be a mass deportation that the world have ever saw, right? He the one that said that we are going to be energy independent. We are energy independent, Bernie. Show me where he's been lying at on his policies, right? What else have Trump been saying that was a lie? Come on now. He said that I'm going to bring American jobs back to America, which he did. A lot of your tech companies building AI, building our infrastructures, building the data centers, right? What about the auto manufacturing, Bernie? Right? Wake up, Bernie. Wake up. McFly, wake up. Right? Huh? What you talking about, Bernie? Talking about how Trump lied. Trump never lied. He said he was going to go and stop these wars. This is a president of peace. You have a president of war. All your presidents of war, right? There we go. What are you talking about, Bernie? You can't even make that make sense, Bernie. Come on, Bernie. Come on now. You going to tell us some truth, tell the truth. But don't sit up here and say that the president was lying. Your party lied. They lied to get into the White House, started changing policies afterwards, and then they blame it on other people. They always do. You got to admit, we've been under democratic rule for a long time. Democracy rule for a long time. All I'm saying is it never worked. I could just gauge it off the black community. Because if there was really work, then if a black community was prosperous, that means America is prosperous. But you can't prove it because you don't have it. You don't have the data to support it, because we can look at everyday living conditions where all those jobs went overseas since Clinton came in. Talking about liars, their party are a bunch of jackass liars. They even got the donkey with the jackass on top of it. The pathological liars, right? These sociopaths that are liars, lie in our face. Look at it. Go ahead, Bernie. Tell that lie.
A kleptocrat and a narcissist who is undermining the Constitution.
How is Trump undermining the Constitution of the United States when we are a constitutional republic? Bernie? How so? You've been undermining the Constitution. You've been trying to go after our guns. You want to go after free speech, only for a certain few, but not for the many. Come on, Bernie. You can't be serious, Bernie. Bernie, you cannot be serious, right? Trump stood on the Constitution from day one, right? That's why I got a voice here right now. Are you kidding me? Come on, Bernie. Tell that truth, right? Who's been trying to remove the Constitution? Stricter gun laws, right? That don't sound like a person that's a constitutionalist. That sounds like a person that believes in democracy, mob rules. No, sir. No. Come on, Bernie. Everybody that's listening to you are not stupid people, man.
The United States and the rule of law every day. We will never accept government policy that gives massive tax breaks to billionaires.
See, and I'm going to say this, though. They, not just what Bernie is saying, Trump have executive orders. Look at the insurgency that has been growing in America. They're letting you know we ain't going to listen to a tyrant. They've been pushing this, David in his speech too, insurrectionists. These people are insurrectionists, man. They don't stand for the Constitution. The people, 77 million people voted for Trump, and they don't even listen to the will of the people. That's why their numbers out there are so low. You can see that with their applauses. They ain't like Trump's applauses. Trump come out, it's gonna be people, man. People love Trump all over the world. What are you talking about? They don't love Bernie Sanders. Most of these other people don't even know who he is. They know who Trump is, right? Boy, look at this. He don't have it in the numbers. Who's gonna come out here to listen to Bernie Sanders? You know what I'm saying? As well as what's his name? Bruce Springsteen and Jane Fonda. Who want to listen to them? These old relics. These old liberal lunatics. No, man, we ain't rocking with that. Go ahead, Bernie. Make a fool out of yourself. I like what you're doing.
15 million Americans off the health care they have.
Oh, my goodness. Now, I knew I was waiting on you. You messed up again, Bernie. I've been over here just defeating you on your ish that you've been talking about. Wasn't it Obamacare, if you want to call it affordable health care? I don't care what you call it. But it wasn't a health care policy for people in choice. You penalized people that didn't want to get on it. I had to pay $400 on my taxes extra for not having Obamacare. Does that sound like the Constitution to you? I present to you, Your Honor, all of the evidence that I've been bringing to you right before the court of law. Look at this stuff. Look at the hypocrisy and the lies that come out of your old mouth, though, Bernie Sanders. Go ahead, Bernie.
Breaks unions, denies women the right to control their own bodies.
That's some crap and lies. He left it up to the states. It's a state control. It's left up to the states to decide what they want to do. Just like they don't accept it in Texas, but these women have been going cross borders to get an abortion, right? That's not true at all. He left it up at the state level. Go to tell the truth. See, I know Trump's policies. You can't get me on that. That's a lie. All they do is lying. Lies. Boy, I tell you, look at all these lies. Thank you for the likes. Boy, I'm killing it on the likes. You guys are doing a hell of a job. You know, like we over here just lying about this stuff. I got out of his, man, he should be retired. Why are you working, Bernie? You a multi-millionaire, right? You shouldn't be on the stage. You should be chilling. We're going to get you out of there like Nasty Pelosi. Don't leave her out. I forgot one person. Was she like $200 to $400 million off of that inside job and stuff like that she was doing? What was it again? Hold on for a minute. Y'all know it was inside trading, wasn't it? If I'm correct, inside trading, ladies and gentlemen. That's what was going on, right? But I'm gonna play the whole thing. I'm tired of listening to Bernie. Nancy Pelosi, right? Here's the thing about it, right? She inside trader, ain't no accusations. That's what she did to make the money. They got the proof. Stock trading, right? Didn't Martha Stewart go to jail for that? She went to prison for it, right? This is what she did. That's what she did. What about Maxine Waters inciting protests, riots, right? I remember her race baiting, BLM and all this other stuff. What about Adam Shifty Schiff, right? Repeat Russia, right? Talking about Trump was compromised. So that was a lie, right? Claim later it was debunked and unapproved or unproven, which is a bunch of crap. They on shaky grounds. So Adam Shifty Schiff narrative doesn't hold water at all. There's a whole bunch of holes in that bucket. What about Chuck Schumer blocking the borders, right? A border block, what's that, blocking borders? I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, right? Security bills, right? It was open border policies that was harming Americans the whole time. Chuck Schumer, right? What about all those investment properties and all that prime real estate that he owns over there in New York, right? Multi-millionaire, right? Kamala Harris, border czar, rose during the migration surge. She was advocating for defunding police, adjacent rhetoric. What was it? Besides the cackling interviews, right? Right? She talking about the dreamers, right? We talk about sanctuary cities and how people can come over here and they can have access to the American dream. They were ones that was pushing all of the set-aside programs to who? The illegals. Americans started watching their income go further down the tube while these illegals were enriching themselves, sending money back home, right? It was the golden age of what we call illegal aliens at that time. And a lot of them enriched themselves off of this nonsense. What about Loretta Lynch, right? The tarmac meeting with Bill Clinton during that email probe, right? Under the Obama era, right? What about Susan Rice? What about Benghazi, right? How that came up as a disaster, right? Left all that military equipment and all the rest of that stuff where those soldiers who ended up getting killed, those gold families and all that other stuff. All of that, right? What about them? What about Hunter Biden? What about the laptop with, Ukraine, China, right? And all the rest of them. He even had gun charges, right? He even walking around here with a legal gun. That's all we already know. When it come down to preferential treatment, because, they got to admit, he is the son of the president or ex-president. Tax issues, right? I mean, shit, that's the thing about it. We knew that Hunter Biden would never see the time in jail. You know, sugar boogers, as they call it. You know what I'm talking about. Joe Biden, right? Look at this stuff here. Withdrawal from Afghanistan, right? We talking about the chaos at the open borders, inflation, energy independence, all right. And all that money went to Ukraine, right? That's what happened under Obama, right? Even the critics said that he weakened the U.S. globally while enriching families under Biden, right? This is the reason, ladies and gentlemen. And what did he do? Right? Shut down the actual pipeline, the Keystone Pipeline, and all the rest of this stuff. They, with the globalists, want us to be dependent on outside of the United States, foreign, right, powers, right? We're talking about when we talk about the actual energy, right? They wanted us to be dependent on other people's energy. Make a long story short, Trump turned it around. Thank God for Trump, right? George W. Bush, Dick Cheney. Look at how Dick Cheney, look how much money Dick Cheney got off that war. Halliburton and all the rest of that stuff. Talking about the Iraqi war. That was a war that should have never happened, right? Boy, I love walking these liberals' asses down, man. Yeah, they think cause I'm just some random guy that I'm an idiot, but I'm not. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you guys that have been around on the planet know what I'm talking about. Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, Ken McCartney. These are your never Trumpers or your rhinos, right? Republican in name only. They are there to help and assist the left. That's why I call them Democrats. Lindsey Graham is a Democrat, Mitch McConnell is a Democrat, and Kevin McCarthy are Democrats. That's why we say that, Tom McDonald, the devil is a Democrat, right? That's exactly what it is. Mitch McConnell was blocking certain reforms. He's been blocking the things with Trump right now. This is one of the things that we talk about, the American Saved Act. And guess who's leading in charge of blocking it? It's Mitch McConnell. He said he'll never sign it. What about Mike Pence? You remember this dude? Right? That lied. Look at this. Probably January 6th, all this other stuff, certification. Right? Mike Pence didn't support Trump. He was a betrayal. But here's the thing about it. Mike Pence is also a rhino, which is nothing more than a Democrat. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, Dr. Anthony Fauci, we got to get him. Bill Gates, we got to get them. George Soros, Alex Soros, John Kerry, right? He's the one that stood around for the Paris Climate Accord, right? Right? The economical harm to the U.S., the Iran deal criticized by empowering our enemies. Guess who was part of that team under Obama was John Kerry. Keep it real. Keeping it real, ladies and gentlemen, right? The globalist agenda is climate, health, and finance, right? This is the thing about it, where they say that they sacrificed the U.S. sovereignty, jobs, and security for international elites. And that's exactly what they do. That's why you see this guy on stage today. That's what this is. This is what this is about, ladies and gentlemen. We got more ish on the left and these, because like I said, when I say the Democrats, I'm also talking about the rhinos. They're Democrats, right? Like we said on my last thing, the legal, what is it? Legal treason, right? When you, where we say levying war, right? Russia, China, right? We talk about our enemies, right? Helping our enemies, enriching our enemies, weakening our military. That don't sound like that's treason. That's what this is the same people that we're talking about here. So, Bernie, you convince me with all that stuff that you saying, because you don't even believe it. See, it sounds good for an ill-informed Democrat, but they don't have a history of when your policies ever benefited the American people. You can't show me any of them, because there isn't any. So no matter how good you try to set up in here, because like I said, the oil and the prices are going to drop down. And Trump is going to be right again, and his party and the people on the left will be wrong again, where they can't even run that narrative no more. And it's going to happen because you know why? Because Trump is in control. And the Patriots are in control. You guys are not. We tried it your way for years, and we never got no get back. You are the liars. You are the hypocrites, right? You are the ones that cause all this ish to happen. And I'm sorry I'm not seeing your likes. I do always recognize the likes, though. I appreciate it, guys. They are the ones, right? They are the ones that we're dealing with here. They're living on a hypocrisy. Your James Clapper, your Dick Cheney, John Kerry, right? Loretta Lynch, as you heard me. Andrew McCabe, right? Lisa Page, James Baker, right? Eric Holden, Susan Rice, Tony Podesta, Podesta. There we go. Got a brother too, don't he? Right? Look at all these people. James Comey, John Brennan, right? Boy, I tell you, man, these are the, look at it. We got a whole, thank you for the lights. We got a whole history of this type of hypocrisy. I already said Kamala here, already mentioned her. Kevin McCartney, y'all already heard me mention these people. Anthony Weiner, Mr. Gooner himself, the Gooner. I believe they got way more Gooners over there on that side. Gooning under an underage kid. Didn't he get busted for that? Texting and sexing or whatever? Gooning. They're but a bunch of goons, I tell you, boy, goons. So who's in control? No Kings Globalists. We already know. We don't want no globalist kings. Those are your kings. Those are your fascists. Those are the ones that have been running it the whole time. This is why we don't, they stole the wealth out of America. You know, we're supposed to be, man, America is supposed to be on, like you said, the gold age. Where we're not paying taxes to a system where we ain't getting no get back. All these politicians know how to do is enrich themselves, man. Look at this type of stuff. We got Hillary Clinton in Benghazi, right? What about the Clinton Foundation, right? Boy, I tell you, man, I told y'all this is going to be a banger. Russia, 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 right? What about her email scandal and all that stuff? Boy, they were trying to erase that server, man. Oh, my goodness, boy. Right? What about Bill Clinton, China Gate, Pizzagate, Russia Gate, Bill Gates? I had to throw that in there, though. Yeah, that's how good. See how I segue that into that. Y'all see how I segue that into that? Boy, I get on the roll sometimes, I tell you. Boy, I tell you, man, I love roasting these clowns on the left, man, because they deserve it. And I'm encouraging you guys that are MAGA, especially black MAGA, I want to start seeing more roasting. We need a roasting session, you know? Let's roast them. Ain't no questions, no answering these old hypocrites, these anti-American is what I'm trying to say. I'm anti-establishment, but they are anti-American, right? We don't need to be under no globalist control, right? That's why we have the Constitution. The founding fathers know about central banks. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, right? Benjamin Franklin, John Hancock, right? Many others. They understood what it was like, right? I think you had Andrew Jackson. Andrew, what's his name? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But at any event, you had many of them, right? Many of them. Look at it, set up what we call the Constitution of the United States of America. And I want to see it go back to the United States of America, which it already has, instead of saying U.S., because that just means corporation stuff. That means corporation. We're breaking away from that corporation. It's the United States of America. Why? If that's the case, why do they always say U.S.? Instead of saying the United States of America? That's a question to a lot of these liberal DMs that think they're so smart. Why do you go by calling yourself U.S. instead of USA? I remember growing up when we used to call it the U.S. of A, and I still call it the U.S. of A. Ain't no U.S., it's a U.S. of A. The Constitution, which is we the people, for the people, by the people, not for the big banks and corporations. Anybody that's standing out there on that protest, you are champion for the globalists. You may not think so, but you are, right? But you don't care because a lot of you get paid to stand out there. Ain't nobody gonna stand out there no damn cold unless they get paid from the left. They always have to pay their people. You know, they don't even call this a real protest anyway. You stand out there making yourself look dumb and stupid when you're against the Constitution. If you don't stand for the Constitution of the United States of America, instead of letting them tell you, you know, this is who we stand for. We stand for this big, beautiful flag of the United States of America. Hold on for a minute. Let me get that out of there. You know the Dems hate America. Look at this. They hate America. That's why I love posting this up. They hate America. They hate the Constitution, right? They put all these mandates and all these other laws and stuff, draconian law. Thank you for the light. Under the draconian laws and stuff, right? That's what they've been doing, trying to take our rights away, our gun rights. Guns are good. It's just stupid people that are not. You're not going to take our guns. We love our guns. Guns grant us security and insurance. Therefore, people, that's one thing, you always wonder why people don't invade the United States. Because a lot of people in this country have guns. It scares the globalists. Do you think they're going to send in Chinese soldiers in here? Heaven forbid, God have mercy on their soul if they were to do that. These are the nations around the world. These are Nordic countries or whatever. They ain't got no guns. That's why they get slapped around by their own government. We don't get slapped around here, right? We got them guns. We got them tools, right? Because it's in the Constitution. And that ain't going away. That's why Jasmine Crockett lost, because she was threatening about taking the guns away. Sweetie, do you realize that you in Texas? This is the heartland. We talking about what's this? What's that? We got East Coast, West Coast, right? And we got the breadbasket, right? We talking about like with Michigan and all these countries, right? This is middle America. You cannot go in there and talk about taking their guns away. Midwest states is not going to go for it. Not at all. Not at all. You're not going to take those guns away. If you don't stand for this right here, this is the flag of the United States of America. This is what granted us our rights, right? Because of the Constitution. Boy, look at that. Susan, what's her name? Betsy Ross to put it. Thank you for the lights. Man, look at what Betsy Ross did, boy. Betsy Ross came. Boy, look at Betsy Ross. Go ahead, Betsy Ross. Yeah, put that flag together. Man, that beautiful flag of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, that's what's the greatest country on earth. Don't let the Dems tell you otherwise. We got the greatest military on earth. We right now, we exercising our military muscle, and we're going to get these enemies of the world together, which is controlled by the deep state, or in this case, the globalists. The deep state is just puppets of the globalists. That's all they really are. And that's what we have talked about today, ladies and gentlemen. I told you it was going to be another banger because I got to keep bringing up some of these points. Thank you. Thank you for the likes. I got to keep bringing up these points and keep bringing them up. And this stuff should be taught to the children about the Federal Reserve Bank. It's a private banking institution that never meant us any good. This is why when Trump, thank you for the likes, when Trump take care of this with the people to get rid of the Western Central Bank, which is the Federal Reserve, we ain't going to have no inflation no more. Then you're going to start seeing gold is going to go sky high rocket. If you own any gold, boy, I'm telling you. If you own any silver, boy, it's going to go up. The people in this country, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to see a new horizon, a new world that we have never seen before. And the reason being because of the globalists that have set up what we call the Federal Reserve Bank. It's no friend to you, it's no friend to me, and it's no friend to anybody. Ask anybody that know around the world. Canada has one, right? All of the Nordic countries have one, right? Look at all these countries. So countries in Africa have them. Right? Asian countries have them. Look at how they and over there's a wealth disparity between rich and poor. And ain't no middle class in these other countries. We were the last Mohican. Now we just have rich and poor. We barely holding on the thread with the middle class, whatever that means, whatever is left behind that. Right? Because of them. They're the ones that set it up, ladies and gentlemen. They're the ones that have been lying to us all this time. The Federal Reserve Bank. That's something that Bernie Sanders and them will not talk about, nor do my contractors talk about it. They want to stay on Trump. No, we're not going to stay on Trump. Over here, we're going to get down to the brass tacks. We're going to get down to the actual problem. I'm a problem solver. I don't want to be talking about all this other stuff. I want to talk about who did it, who caused it, and how can we fix it, right? We're still in a high inflationary period. because of them, right? When Trump had it down to 1%, right? And it was only going to be temporary because we still had what? The Federal Reserve Bank. It was bound to go back up. You guys are not seeing it. I ain't going to say you guys. Most of y'all know what I'm talking about. It's the ones that do not know what I'm talking about. I got to correct myself. The ones that do not know what I'm talking about, they think that because if they get another, let's say if Trump got impeached, heaven forbid, let's just say, I'm just doing a hypothetical. They act like everything is going to be okay. What they're going to do is they're going to cut the rates for people that work for the globalists to make it appear that things have come down a little bit. But instead, it's going to go back up because what they're doing when they drop the rates, they're going to get rid of all the American jobs. Thank you for the likes. They're going to ship them back overseas. They're going to get more and more and more illegal aliens in this country, which is going to cause a later problem later on, like what it's doing right now, that Trump is getting rid of it right now. Believe me, we know that all these things are contributing factors, right? Instead of it being an energy independence, they're going to make us be energy dependent on other nations. And they're going to put safeguards in it. They're going to strengthen their, what we call their lawfare type stuff. They're going to get rid of all of the MAGA judges and all the other people that's in the legal system and so forth. They're going to get rid of his whole bench. Get them up on out of there, right, where they have total dominance, right? And then from there, they're going to go after their opponents. They're going to throw them in jail, throw them in prison, all this other kind of stuff. It's going to be a major witch hunt, right? Including Trump. They're going to arrest him, go after his family, anybody that's a threat. That is what we call a totalitarian system, ladies and gentlemen, right? If Kamala would have got in there, that's what it was going to be. Believe you and me. If it wasn't her, let's say if Gavin Newsom got in there, it's going to be the same agenda. It don't even matter if it's Ratchet Whitmer got in there. It was going to be the same agenda. See, what people don't realize, I ain't going to say all you guys realize because y'all smart if y'all follow me, right? Which I appreciate it. But people that don't follow us and thinking that we just some old crazy kooks and all this other stuff, what they don't realize is that you could change the presidency, but the people, thank you for the likes. The problem is, as long as there's a central bank and the globalists controlling it, no matter what they do, you will never, 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 never win. You'll never, never, never get ahead, right? We're going to be always under some form of oppression, not suppression and oppression. This is what we call tools to slavery. That's exactly what it is. That's what we've been under. Everybody that is in America, up until Trump, they don't talk about sovereignty. You know they use the word citizen. You should really look up the word what citizen really means. Thank you for the likes. It don't have anything to do with sovereignty. It's basically in so many words, involuntary servant, what we call. That's what it is. You're voluntary. You're being what we call a voluntary servant. You know, that's what it really is, or a slave. You know, involuntary slavery is what would be more precise. That's what it is. Instead of sovereignty, right? What he's been doing to Iran, sovereignty. Venezuela, sovereignty. Cuba deserves sovereignty. He's kicking and destroying the legs of the globalists because all those countries I'm naming, and there's many of them in the South America, Latin America, even Canada, they ain't running nothing. Globalists control that, right? You know? So this is why this stuff has to happen, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm about to get on out of here, though. I appreciate you guys, man. You guys, man, I wouldn't want to get into these comments, but I got caught up with this stuff. I'm not going to play Bernie out to its entirety because they got that nonsense singing and all that crap from Bruce Communist Springfield and as well as, what's her name, Jane Communist Fonda, you know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness, man. I don't want to hear from them. All right. So other than that, go guys, man. I really want to get in these comments. I'm going to have to get into them offline. Yeah, Black Guy 9, I appreciate you for showing up. You like you always do, man. And everyone else that showed up, too. I appreciate it, though, man. Red Guy, yeah, you got it. Red Guy 9. You used to call it Black Guy 9. Red Guy 9, boy. Okay, that's what's up. I got to get used to saying Red Guy now. Red Guy now. Red Guy 9. Now, boy, I tell you. Yeah, that's what I said. They come in here with the insults, but I'm kicking their ass when it come down to debates. Because nobody don't want to hear no damn liberals no more. We don't want to hear from you whining and bitching and crying anymore. You done lost. And you're going to lose this midterm, too. We're going to make sure of that. We don't want no more of these soy boy, globalist puppets. No more. We ain't running with that, man. Absolutely, Tony. Yeah, I appreciate I've been reading the good comments, some of them and stuff like that. And I appreciate it, though. Yep. They don't even understand who's behind the damn curtain, man. They want to sit up and think Trump is, man. They'll be surprised. And a lot of it's their own damn party. Thank you for the likes. You know what I'm saying? Look at Stacey John. Boy, you know I'm always going to recognize the female and the woman. Stacey, boy, look at what Stacey Johnson said. Boy, the Democrat Party is a Satanist cult. Oops, I'm sorry. That's the wrong one. Hold on, Stacey. For a minute, I had the wrong one. That's what Stacey right there. That's for the ladies. I do it for the ladies. That's for the ladies, you know. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, man. They don't even understand the Constitution of the United States, man. We got a real constitutional president. We get first time ever, we finally got a president that was elected, not selected. Ain't that something, ladies and gentlemen? Boy, I tell you, man. The Democrat, let me see what else Stacey Johnson had to say. The Democrat Party is a Satanist cult. They do abortions in the parking lot of their rallies. They sure do. They got an abortion van over there. They're nothing but Satanists. They did do the work of Satan. A lot of them ain't even they're not even religious people, spiritual people at all. They're nothing but tools of Satan themselves, man. That's why no good would ever come from it. They follow Satanism. They're Satanists, right? They worship the devil. The devil is their God, right? Because the devil gives them what? Nothing. That's why they love the devil, because the devil would give them nothing. And right now, the devil ain't been giving the Democrats nothing but a bunch of lies, a bunch of hardship, look at the prices and everything, man. It came from them. They have incompetence. Democrats have never had any type of history of balancing the economy, making sure it was good. They overspend everything and beg for more money from the Federal Reserve Bank, which causes more and more inflation. It's not backed by the U.S. dollar. They don't have no types of will or no type of plan to fix it. Because if they do, they will be removed out of power. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? But I like what you're saying there, though. Boy, I tell you, Sarah, you got more sense than a lot of these other female liberals, though. All they do are just crybabies that come in here. Where my crybaby thing at? I ain't even did that yet, you know. Wait a minute, y'all know how I do before I go. Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, liberals. Oh. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be all right. It's all gonna be all right. Oh man, look at this. Yeah. I may as well read this one guy. Said, bro, you are a joke. You're a joke. Can't even make an unbiased statement. Fuck an unbiased statement. Why should I be unbiased to the left? You don't even know the history of the Democrat Party, you fool. This is the party of slavery. This is the party of oppression. This is the party of terrorism for us, the Ku Klux Klan. And so much more. What are you talking about? I'm supposed to be biased for a hating party that had my forefathers on a noose around their neck? Are you kidding me? And that old stupid meme that you have up, it probably isn't you. Boy, I tell you, man, that's the thing about it. These are fools, man. Hypocrites and liars. Boy, I tell you, man. Boy, I tell you, man. And a lot of you ain't even worth to even be talking about. I'm about to ready to shut this down, man. I just look at these old stupid comments, though, because they cannot defeat my talking points, man, that I've talked about all day today. You know, so suck on that. And suck. Oh, yeah, Slick Nick was in the house. Boy, Slick Nick, boy. What's going on with you, Slick Nick? Slick Nick. He's slick, but his name is Nick. Boy, I mean, where my thing at here, boy? Whoops, that's the wrong one. Oh, man. Hold on. There you go, Slick Nick. Slick Nick. Yep, got Slick Nick in the house. I told you I was gonna make you a mod. Oh, I told I was gonna make him a mod. I'm gonna make a few others. I sure did, because I need more deputies out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we got nations, we got a nation to be saved. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I like this guy's avatar. They got some natives that roll with me too, man. That's a beautiful avatar, man. Trump, that's what he got. Salty spotted dog, man. That's a nice. I love that. That's a beautiful avatar, man. I love it. Look at that, boy. That's what's up. You got red. Yep. We got red guy 9. Yeah. Oh, I tell you, man. Let's see here. Okay. Then I'm about to shut this down, man. You're going to try to make China a world superpower, you know. We're going to see what a boy. But you know you're more welcome back. And I thank you guys for subscribing, too. Really do. Salty Spotted Dog, you know you're more welcome to come back here, man. I'm going to have to make you a mod, too, the next time. I'm going to have to make Sarah, too. Make them all mods, you know. We're going to be Trump tight in this room soon. Yeah. What is that? Let me give a shout out to that, too. Boy, look at that. Salty Spotted Dog. Keep preaching the truth, brother. You are making a difference. Yes, sir. It's a black man like you who will save your community. Yes, sir. One day at a time. I'm over here trying to save my community as well as save America. Right? And this is love teaching. They really need somebody. Not nobody lying to them no more. You know, all of them that lied to him. Umar Johnson lied to him. You know what I'm saying? What's that? Dr. Boyce Watkins lied to him, right? Who else lied to him, you know? Oh, there's so many of them that be lying to him, though, you know? Oh, my goodness, though. Just lying, you know? Willie D. It's so many of them that be lying to the people. We need more brothers and sisters, and there's more of them now that's giving great pushback to this stuff, right? I'm not the only one. They think I am. I'm not rolling with a clique by myself. Please believe that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we got a team much stronger than yours, much longer than yours, much stronger than yours. And it's true. Let me see what Salted Spotty Dog said. Look what he had to say here before I go. And he said it right here. Here you go. If I was white supremacist, right, I would be aligned with the Democrats. Absolutely. A lot of them white supremacists are. They're aligned with the Democrats, the jackass party, right? That's what they do. They love a party that don't give them ish in return. If you are a native, you should already know how your story went down. Just like I already know how my story went down. The two people in America that was already here first, way before it was everything called America. Look how that turned out. Can't even keep the promise. What it Custer said that they'll have a land of themselves as long as the days are long, something like that. Most of them are in Oklahoma. Thank you for the likes. You know they don't have reservations in Oklahoma, by the way. They got so many tribes over here, native tribes over in Oklahoma. My friend is Seminole. I got a couple of friends that are Seminole, right? So I know the stories of how it goes. 5 civilized tribes, you know. What's that? Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, you know, Seminole, and Creek, right? So, yeah, we know the history and things. So, yeah, I appreciate you showing up, man. Yep, just helping my community as well as America, man. We're all one and the same, right? I don't even like using the term Black MAGA. I just call it MAGA. That's exactly what it is, right? And you're going to get used to hearing the word MAGA. You're going to love MAGA, right? That's exactly what it is. Right? You know what I'm saying? Rebecca. I miss Rebecca here. Let me see her. You know how I got to do? I got to give a shout out to the ladies. Hold on for a minute. This is Rebecca. Bernie ain't got a liquor room to talk, right? Bernie's been stealing from the U.S. from almost 3 decades now. That's what I've been saying, though, right? Rebecca, you know, if you still in this room, I mean, I'm sorry that I didn't see your message earlier. I said before I go, I at least want to talk about some of these people, you know. But you're absolutely right. Bernie been lying and faking and funk and stealing from the American people for a long time. A long time, right? He ain't the only one. There's been a list of them. That's why they had to change up and stop saying the word millionaires, and they had to start saying billionaires. You even got people in this room talking about when billionaires take over all the money. When millionaires and billionaires take over all the money, Marco Garcia, it ain't just billionaires, it's millionaires and billionaires, right? That's just going to keep it real. And you got trillionaires too that a lot of us don't even know who by name. That's another thing. You know it goes way above billionaires. You do know this. But the majority of your party on the left are millionaires. And I cite them, and I not just accuse them, but I go after them because of the liars that they are, robbing the American people and cheating, right? And enrich themselves while we over here suffering, right? That's what it is. You cannot tell me otherwise, right? It's the uniparty of the left and the right, and I don't even call it a uniparty. It's still Democrats. They're all Democrats. Talking about bias. F bias, because it don't matter when the same damn party, right? No different from the Dixiecrats and the modern-day progressives. They far worse. Same old people, right? As I said earlier, Barry Goldwater, 1964, he was a senator. When the Democrats, the Republicans could have won, when they could have gotten the black vote. The reason that the blacks shied away from the Republicans because of Barry Goldwater. Barry Goldwater he didn't stand against what we call segregation. He basically ignored it, and when you do that, that means you're for it. Martin Luther King had a problem, called him out on it. Basically, in so many words, he said, Barry Goldwater, you a racist. If you don't stand against segregation, desegregation, if you don't stand for that, then what good are you? So you know what? Martin said, you know what? We're going to have the people to vote who? They're going to have to vote Democrat. And they needed the black vote anyway for the Democrats. I think, in my personal opinion, ladies and gentlemen, is that Barry Goldwater had to been paid off. He had to been. Because the Republicans could have had an opportunity to secure that black vote. I'm giving you the history as to why why blacks became Democrat after 1964. Facts. That's why. That's why. Because when Martin Luther King, once again, Republican, he knew the history. With Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, a attorney out of Illinois. You had a lot of Republicans in the White House right around the Reconstruction period, 1965, 1977. Go look it up. In fact, blacks were allowed to vote. All those are Republican policies. They were not Democrat policies. The Dems didn't want black folks voting. The Dems wanted to keep slavery going in the South, the Antebellum South and all the rest of it. What else did they want going on? They wanted to push, because they didn't even consider blacks as being, really a human being. They just looked at the blacks as a servant, a slave and a servant. And had we would have not won that war, slavery would have continued on. It probably would have been challenged much years later. But we have the Dems, the history of the Democrats. The real party switch happened under Barry Goldwater. That's where a lot of blacks started leaving the Democrat Party over to the Republican Party. Go and look it up. That's what ended up happening. That's what ended up happening, right? Because we could have had an opportunity, even back then, where blacks could have, because blacks knew their history prior to that. Because they knew how much of what Abraham Lincoln did for black folks, freeing of the slaves, Emancipation Proclamation, and all this other stuff. It was designed, ladies and gentlemen, to free blacks, stop the spread of slavery going out to the West. But like I said, they would never talk about this true history. They wish that they don't like the fact that it's surfacing now. No black leader on the left would ever talk about this. That's why Martin, Roland, Sambo, Martin, Roland, and Martin, and all the rest of them are sellouts. Al Sharpton is a sellout. A lot of their civil rights leaders are sellouts. They all get paid by the DNC. The NAACP is a sellout. Urban League is a sellout. It don't matter which organization. And a lot of these other grassroots organizations that they have created are sellouts. Your modern day bootlickers, your Uncle Ruckus, your sellouts and Sambos and stuff like that. If you advocated for the left and you don't know this history, then that means, or you don't want to know this history, that means that you are the problem. You're not the solution. You are the problem. The solution for us is to be educated, to educate more of blacks as well as whites in this country to know the truth of what has happened in 1964. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Right? Because let's say if Barry Goldwater did sign off on it and say, hey, against desegregation, right? Thank you for the light. People in this room know what I'm talking about. The Republicans could have solidified the black vote. They gave it up and allowed the Democrats to get the black vote. The only thing the Democrats did is just push the Civil Rights Bill. It wasn't going to happen in 1964 anyway, but it's a watered down version. Because many of the blacks never even read the Civil Rights Bill. So they, you know what I'm saying? It's not the original bill that Martin Luther King set up. We look at the original Civil Rights Bill. And maybe one day I should do a special live on that too, or maybe a video. What else they gave us? What else? Welfare Act in 1965. There was other acts in there. One of the other ones, too, was 1968, the Fair Housing Act, right? These particular policies from the Democrats, blacks said, hey, cool. The Democrats love us. Yay! You know what I'm saying? That's what they were saying. They were like, yay! Here we are over 60 years later. And we got hoods, ghettos, crime, violence, drugs. Look at it. I mean, we have a huge history of things just in the black community, brown community. It wasn't getting no better. It was getting worse, right? Under their policies that never worked for black folk. Black folk just voted. Anybody got a D next to their name, it's all good, especially if you're black. It's even better. Name recognition. Democrats really don't have really true policies. The policies that is really ambiguous, ambiguity is what they speak. They don't really have anything that's really set for them. Because the way the stuff is set up, they can always change it. And that's what it's a game, political game. Bait and switch every time. Bait and switch. And when you don't hear me talking about the Rhino Democrats, I am. But I cite all of them as being the same group. Ain't no uniparty. It's the same people. They don't champion, outside of Trump, they don't champion for the people or whatever. They both champion for the rich. They both champion for laws and stuff for more control of the people in this country. They both have done this. Look at Barry Goldwater. He was one of them. He was a Republican. But again, look at what ended up happening. Undercover Democrat. That's why we lost the black vote in 64. Now, if you want to talk about a great migration to the left, that's what it was. Because every black saw that. They said, oh, shit, the Republicans just spit in our face. Democrats gave us this and that. And that's where it was. That's what ended up happening. Facts. So I got to get out of here, ladies and gentlemen, man. It's been good. I appreciate you guys with these likes and stuff like that. I always love it because you guys make the show. Unfortunately, even with the DMs, I should say unfortunately, I just love trolling them because not any of them. I read the comments. They don't have anything of substance. They cannot dispute or defend what I'm talking about here. It destroys and blow their whole narrative. That's why I could just dissect Bernie Sanders like the rest of them. It's easy for me because all they do is speaking a bunch of hypocritical lies and BS. You know, people ain't never benefited under their policies ever. They just enrich themselves, right? Like they always do. Bernie is no different. Stealing a line from the people all this time, pressing the people. Facts is what Queen says. Oh, yeah, got Queen in here. Go ahead, Queen. Oh yeah, they're the ones that created the homeless as well. We got a large wealth disparity because of those damn lying ass Dems. Red Guy 9 says, facts, Tony. You right about that, man. Red Guy 9, boy. That's what I'm talking about. No, I'm over here kicking ass and ain't taking no names, right? You know what I'm saying? Because he can miss me with all that stuff. He ain't got, look at this. Bernie Sanders. Robert says Sanders a big freeloader. He ain't never worked a day in his life. Can y'all believe that? Sanders been in Congress. Look at it. He been in government for a lot of, what is it, like 40 some odd years? He been in government for a long time. Don't do nothing for the American people. But they could go ahead and big him up, you know? Boy, I tell you, you say Sean is a bot. Yeah. It probably so. It probably got a lot of bots coming here too. You know, but like I said, though, we just roasting the trolls that come in here, you know. Boy, I tell you, they the one that got to cause the division over there with Israel and everything, too. They thought they were going to try to destroy MAGA, right? That's the thing about it. MAGA is too strong. That's why people come in this room say MAGA forever. Here's another one here. These are hardcore Trump supporters. Your futile inability to be able to debate with us and your policies, you are no match for Trump, and you no match for people that really know in this room. You're out of your league. You shouldn't really even be in here, to be honest. To be honest with some of these old people that rah for the left, this shows us how much they really know. Because you're looking at an oligarchist over here. This is one of them, Bernie Sanders. He enriched himself off the backs of the people, right? That's exactly what it is. Look at what he did. I mean, he give something for Queen here. Yeah, that's for Queen. He enriched himself off the back of the poor. And I noticed, though, look at this here. We got Denise Farmer in the house. Oh, yeah, I missed you, Denise. Hey, baby. What's going on with you, Denise? Hold on, I got to get my, my little sparkly thing for the ladies, you know. Boy, I miss Denise, man. Go ahead, Denise. Yep, Cherokee in Oklahoma. Yeah, Cherokee. You know, that's my mother's side of the family, Cherokee Nation. You know, 100%. You know, yep. But I definitely understand. I definitely know. You know, a lot of them are out of Alabama. They didn't ride on the tears of the Trail of Tears. They said it would just be easier just to, because you know the history. They were forced to have to say they were black or other instead of what they really are, because they know if you did that, it was like curtains, you know. So yeah, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of those native tribes that are over there. Thank you for the likes. It's over there in Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? So I just love it when the trolls come in here where they say foolish and stupid, but I never seen any of them defeat what I've been talking about today. Boy, I tell you. Red Guy 9 says, Tony, you blew up the internet with your voice. Keep up the truth, bruh. I say, no, man. I know, boy. Man, you know, I could be a real effective. I am an effective speaker, though, you know. Because, yeah, for what I got to say, man, you know what I'm saying? My voice travel volume, you know what I'm saying? People love to listen to a man that's, you know what I'm saying? I don't sound like no wimp. You know what I mean? I always had a great voice. I even do voiceovers. You know what I'm saying? Denise says, great show. Keep it up. Yeah, I said it was going to be a banger, though. You know, I'm sorry. I'm just getting to some of you guys right now. You know what I'm saying? Let me correct Biggest. He meant to say Satanist liberal bootlickers, right? This is what he meant to say. Let me correct this. Sean is saying that the left is a lying coward. And I agree with you, though, Sean. The left is a lying coward. Yep, that's exactly correct. They're lying coward oligarchies, right? Billionaires telling poor people that billionaires is the problem. Ain't that something? That's what they do. We ain't going to take the influence or the emphasis or the light off of the millionaire class, because a lot of your millionaires I'm talking about your political millionaires are part of the problem. They have robbed and graped money. I'm talking about the money. Graping of the money. They're the ones, right? They're the ones that stood by Epstein. They didn't have a smoke when Biden was in charge. Epstein was still around. They didn't say nothing. Right? Look at them. Cowards. Look at them. Boy, I tell you. Queen says, no, it's fact. It just happened. Fox got enough sense to know grown folks look things up in 2026. Yeah, they can't even, the Lion left media can't even spin the fake news because it's already you know what I'm saying? It's already discredited is what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of information out there today. You got to be very careful what you say. Sometimes I may get it wrong, but one thing about it is I would admit it. You know what I'm saying? I would admit it. You know? But, yeah, that's the thing. We had an opportunity as a Republican. The Republicans are the party of my ancestors. And one thing I always say is that liberal whites hate conservative blacks like myself. Facts. Because we are the group that they cannot control. Right? That's the thing. They're telling you in this room that we need the ignorant blacks to keep voting Democrat when we over here looking around and didn't get nothing from this party. You know what I'm saying? They haven't done anything. What is it? Whole bunch of what? Lies. They enrich, now that they don't even need the blacks no more, they've been enriching the illegals. Illegal aliens coming in this country. Yep. Look at this. Boy, I tell you. So Phil says I support ICE, which I do. I support ICE 100%. Obama was a whole PDF. Yeah, you're right about that. Let's go and put that up too. Daddy on that? Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know? Yep, you're absolutely right. IREX says, you know who 70 to 80% of slave owners were? Yeah, there were Democrat liberals. There was many of them. That was the majority in the South. That's exactly what it was. I'm talking about the ones, because you had to have money. Everybody that was white and other could not be a slave. You had to have money. You don't just become a slaveholder being poor. You got to have money, right? We talking about Johnson & Johnson, some of these other companies and stuff with the cotton and all that stuff and all the rest of that stuff. A lot of them, you know what I'm saying? You have to have money, ladies and gentlemen. You know? Boy, I love this guy here, Alejandro. Man, you be trying, though, man. You really talking about conservatives out of KKK dummies. He's so stupid with this stupid meme that you have up. You don't even know the history, man. Why don't you worry about making, where you, look like, you know, he said Alejandro. I'm not for sure where he's really from, but he doesn't even know the history of the Democrat Party, 1828. This is sad, ladies and gentlemen. He's nothing more than a brainwashed idiot for the left. Look at him. He said dummy. But Alejandro, you can't even deal with me on my worst day, sir. You know? On my worst day, you haven't said nothing. Neither of them on the left. I've been looking at the comments. Nothing of what I said was wrong. Once again, Tony Tone won. Boy, I tell you, man, make himself. Alejandro, you really showed your ass tonight, boy, how ignorant you are and how stupid you are. Because you don't even know the history. Look at you, man. He over here talking about Pam Bondi. See how they try to deflect? Being protected, PDF files, trying to protect. And you know, I already won it. I wasn't even trying to debate. You know, as I was hitting facts on their bullshit, No Kings stuff, which is globalist agenda any damn way. See, that's the thing about it. That's all TDS know how to do. I've been kicking your ass. You ain't even my match. You ain't even my intellectual either. Not at my level. You not. So why don't you go ahead on and find somewhere else to mess with? You're not at my level. Get on out of here, man. You ain't at my level at all. You don't even understand the Constitution. Look at this dumb stuff, man. He doesn't even understand the Constitution. You have been lied to. You have been hoodwinked and bamboozled. Because if I was so much of a dummy and a liar, then my likes would reflect otherwise. I'm on my way of getting 100 likes. What about that? People really rock with your boy over here. Because MAGA is much bigger than what you think what it is. And right now, we have the leverage. We have the control, right? Alejandro, you ain't at my level. Intellectually, you not. Right? So the people that you used to dealing with the low IQ people, you may want to stay over there. Because you got to be more careful, because I'm going to make you look bad. You're already looking bad. Because like I said, anybody that's champion for the left, that means that you either brainwashed, TDS, or you're just plain stupid. As he say, a dummy. Right? That's exactly what it is. Right? And Sean Lawrence, I'm going to get with him too again. You ain't at my level. You don't even know what the things that I know, I can tell that you don't know. Right? You don't know either. You are not even at my level and at my match. Because I've been kicking your behind too in your party the whole time, handcuffed it on your BS policies that you stand for. And we're going to keep rocking with Trump until the Federal Reserve Bank is demolished. The IRS is demolished, right? And that's what I voted for, to be honest with you, and other things. You want to know the reason why I rock with Trump and I wear this MAGA cap so proudly? Because when he said make America first, that's what it is. And you're going to get used to it. You're going to get used to it. Or you either that or you get out of the room. You're going to get used to it. And you're going to hear my voice echo all over the 4 continents or the 4 parts of the world, sir. You know what I'm saying? We have the leverage now. I defeat you in my talking points. You ain't said nothing about where I was wrong at, sir. That's all you want to do is deflect, right? And change the narrative, but I ain't going to let you do it. Sean Lawrence, whoever you are, you ain't going to do it. You are a liar. Your family is probably family of slaveholders. I wouldn't be shocked of that. You a liberal, aren't you? You may have to go in your family tree. I understand. So, like I said, I have handcuffed it. Sean Lawrence, Alejandro, and all the rest of them. Because none of them are at my intellectual level. They're actually lower. You are my little mini me. Right? I'm your big brother. You just a little baby. You're not even a little brother. You just a little baby, little snowflake. You don't even know what the meaning of the word sovereignty really is. We're talking about freedom, ladies and gentlemen. Being recognized as our own natural citizen. It don't have to be in that right to correct definition. You see how the DMs always want to use technicality terms? I don't care about that stuff. Sean, you're lost. Give up. You're lost. You ain't even at my level to debate me, sir. My voice travels, yours don't. Look at my likes to what you don't. What you don't understand is people rock with me, sir. They don't rock with you. If you had a channel, it wouldn't be good, because I'll be on there criticizing you. I'll be talking about your booty policies from the left, jackass, and your jackass party. How about that, right? We're going to troll. Let's go in and troll, shall we? Because I'm about that life. I can do it, right? You run, coward. You the coward. You the coward, sir. And I'm coming right back at Sean right now, sir, before I go, y'all, because I love doing it. I love doing this. This is what I do this. I do this, sir. I do it. You don't. I do. I handle jackasses like you every day. And you ain't no exception, sir. Get knocked out like you used to. Get knocked out like your daddy used to, right? And I like what you said here. Great job, President Trump and Armed Forces. Fence, 1684. Yes, sir. And this is a brother, because I can tell. Go ahead, brother. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. They ain't got nothing. Sean ain't got nothing for me. Alejandro ain't got nothing for me. And anybody else that want to rock with the left, you ain't got nothing for me, man. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I say I love going after these damn soy boy, old snowflake ass type people, man. You know? Yep. Tone is a liberal of facts, you know? Yep. All right. Yeah, library of facts. Yeah, I try to. I may get some stuff wrong though, Denise. I appreciate you being in the room. Yeah, I try to. You know what I'm saying? That, and sometimes I mix it up with Omega, and others, you know what I'm saying, that really know this stuff, though. We have to know this history. I just love I'm a history buff anyway, because you notice in this room, before I go for real, they always come in here insulting or always talking about Pam Bondi and all this other stuff. What about Epstein? They always act like this is an Achilles heel to Trump. It's not. But Trump is a crook. But it's not. The crooks are your people up here with Bernie Sanders and the others. He's a crook. That's why I keep his photo up. And he should have been set his old ass down. He's too old for this type of stuff. Right? This is elderly abuse. Nobody listens to Bernie. Listen to him, you'll fall asleep. And it's probably his nap time now. He might be asleep right now, watching Wings. They love Wings. Remember that TV show called Wings? Older people love Wings. We're going to put on Wings for Bernie Sanders. We're going to get him some McDonald's, man. Let him cry himself to sleep. This is elderly abuse. Got this old man up here on stage like this. Look at this. This is terrible. What the, you know what I'm saying? This guy's like him that cause more harm to America than good. Look at this stuff. This is terrible. Terrible, ladies and gentlemen. Like you said, Queen, the lack of knowledge go on, take them out. So leave them in their ignorance. I really want them out of the country, though, to be honest. Because like I said, we win this midterm, though, Queen. When we win this midterm, boy, I'm going to tell you, though, we are, man, they're going to really lose it. Just like when Trump won, I hope they leave the country. Go to Canada. Like I said before, you Dems and liberals need to move to Canada. Canada pushes your agendas over there. Look at over there with Ontario and Nova Scotia and all the people over there on the east. They pushes your agendas. You should go there. You're welcome over there in Canada. You know what I'm saying? You're welcome over there to Canada and things like that. Oh, by the way, I did miss a misspelling. Hold on for a minute. I'm glad he let me catch that. Something like, because like I said, even I make mistakes. But see, with the Dems, they don't like. But see, when they call, and I appreciate him calling this one out because this is a count that I appreciate. I got that fixed. I put another I in there by accident. So it doesn't make me stupid, but everybody can make mistakes, Blue. But you've been making mistakes voting for it on the left all your life. So, which makes you a bigger fool. But I appreciate you pointing that out. Now what? Blue, now what? You know what I'm saying? Shit. When I'm my own production company. I ain't got $1 million production company or whatever. I do the best I can. I knew that looked kind of odd, but I was going to go there and fix it. Yep. Dark City really was trying to say Democrat equals Nazis. Right? Nazis. That's who they are. And Sanders the freeloader. I'm going to have to call him Bernie the freeloader Sanders. That's what he is. This is what we're dealing with. Right? Another freeloader that never made his money. At least Trump was born into money. He was already, look at him, billionaire status. Real estate development. He got the golf thing and all kind of stuff going on. Thank you for the likes. At least he's a self-made, well, I should say this, his family, his father set him up, took the business to another whole level. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the American dream. That's what we all aspire to be. Let it, then they want to criticize him and go down on him, talking about he this and that. Boy, I tell y'all, man, facts. All I've been talking is facts. Glad I fixed that globalist list. I was going to get with it. I made a couple of typos before. But with the Dems, they so much full of shit because they sit up in here and act like that a person can't make mistakes. Like I said, though, too, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the winning circle and they not, and I wear my MAGA cap and I rock it proud. You know what I'm saying? The Democrats are the Nazi communists, socialists, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know Trump is of German heritage. It don't make him a Hitler. You remember he was a Democrat far longer than he was a Republican. Facts. And all the people that Trump helped out, especially in the black community. Even Rosa Parks. with her funeral arrangements and stuff. Look at the black community turn her, they back on her and everything when they needed her the most. Boy, I tell you, man, Mike Tyson, Jennifer Hudson, there's so many of them, man. I run out of the list here, man. How much, and that's just with black folk, right? That's just what they want to call this guy a racist. Let me go down the list. Hold on, I'm gonna do this one more thing before I go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm serious this time. I'm about to get him again on some more facts, man. You know what I'm saying? Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. All right. All right, let me see here. All right, let's take a look at it here. All right. I don't know how the whole list, but I know some of the people off the top of my head. Boy, the Dems, boy, they want to act like they so perfect and they not. Then when they call out a mistake, they want to try to criticize you on that like they got to win. I'm over here laughing. This is the delusion that they live in. I can admit when I'm wrong. I never sat up here and said that I was the be-all and know-it-all. Boy, I tell you, the hypocrisy coming from the left. They can't even defeat my talking points. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, here's some other ones right here. Alice Marie Johnson, rapper Kodak Black, Lil Wayne, right? Oh, man, just to say the few. Mike Tyson, right? I'm about to defeat their Nazi critic claim that it's just a whole bunch of bull crap. What about the, let me see here. Here it is right here. HBCUs. Yeah, we know about that. You know what I'm saying? 255 million per year. What he did, the HBCUs and stuff like that he have given money to, and things like this. This helped thousands of black students with access to education, scholarship, and stable institutions that boosts his long-term earning potentials. He did way more than Obama did, that's for sure. What about the opportunity zones from 2017 and tax cuts as well as the Job Acts? These programs designated over 8,700 low-income census tracts many black minority communities for tax incentives to attract private investments. Supporter claims that it brought tens of billions in private capital to distressed areas, creating jobs and development, right? This is another thing that he did. This is actual factual stuff that I'm saying right here because I've been reading it, right? What about the first act, the Criminal Justice Reform Act as well too? You know what I'm saying? 90% of blacks in some early impacts, right? Which indirectly help people re-enter the workforce and earn money. This is Trump once again. He gave this first step, Criminal Reform Act. It's called reform, right? So they can be allowed to go back into the workforce. Trump know the majority of the people that's in behind bars right now, most of it, not all, but most of it is drug related or something like that, or some type of weapons possession or whatever. And there's some other things too. But I'm just saying though, right? Right? Look at the black unemployment, right? That hit as low as 5.9% back in 2019. The black poverty rate dropped to its historical lows and ranges, right? Look at this. This is exactly what it is. Rose from a lower income workers supported, and the reason why we could have way much more, but what's getting in the way with this, ladies and gentlemen, because of illegal aliens that have been coming in this country. Now we're going to get that taken care of even more. And I don't stand for illegal immigration. If you're not here legal, I want you out. Because you've been our people been disenfranchised long enough. And the Democrat Party helped do that. They disenfranchised us, right? We've been marginalized, defranchised, and underserved because of the Democratic Party. And when I say that, I'm talking about the rhinos included. Republican in name only. That's why I call them Democrats. Ain't no two parties back then that was doing that stuff. It was the same group, you idiot, right? So there that is, right? So therefore, guys, I wanted to bring that up in regards to Trump and what he has done. And see, this destroys that whole racist Nazi narrative right out the water. Right out the water. Because you wouldn't go up in Lil Wayne's face and say otherwise. You wouldn't go to Mike Tyson and say otherwise. You might get knocked out with Mike. You never know. They won't even have the courage to tell Mike Tyson that he's a bootlicker or no Uncle Tom. You might get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, Trump was there. Even with Michael Jackson, Trump was there. Trump helped me even with Michael Jackson. Right? Trump had a lot to do with that. Boy, I tell you, man. Yep. So other than that, let me go ahead and get on out of here, though, you know. Let me see here. James Carter. Boy, well, welcome back, Carter. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, he says, is it true Putin is making $750 million a day from all the wars or whatever? No, that's not true at all. I can tell you that. That's a lie. He ain't making no money off these wars. You know, I know you're a brother and all, though, but you come back to my channel, James Carter, Kent, you may learn something, right? You definitely may learn something. You know what I'm saying? You may learn something. Just stick around, man. You ain't got to be asking questions. Just listen to me. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the one. Let me be the one answer questions. You know, let me be the one answer questions. All you got to do is just listen. You know, we ain't listening to the left no more. All you do is just listen. That's all. And then you'll learn something. You can't learn something when you're always asking questions. Just listen, and you'll learn something today. Mr. Carter, I love saying that. Welcome back. You're more welcome to come back, Mr. Carter, you know. So, yeah, guys, so I'm going to get up on out of here, though. But I appreciate Mr. Carter, though, man. No personal offense, man. It's like, every time I hear the word Carter, I think about welcome back Carter. For those that have been around, you already know. If you're a Generation X or a baby boomer, you already know where that TV show come from. Hit the like button. You guys have been doing that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's get to 100. And then I'm going to shut it down, man. Can we get to 100 likes? I know we could. Can we get to 100 likes? And I love you guys. I do. Hitting that actual subscribe button. I appreciate that as well. Man, Keith had to go way back to Central Park 5. Oh my, is it that bad? Well, you got to go way back. And Trump even apologized over that. But you still want to, he had to go way back to Central Park 5. Man, I tell you, you can't with them, man. You really can't. You can't with them. You acting like you got to win, but you have not. Even with that, pathetic. Really pathetic, man. Oh, man, they always got questions. I'm the one answering questions around here because I know what you're trying to do. You want to get an I got you moment. You can't do it. You're going to deal with what I had to say, and there's going to be no other stuff, right? Right? This is not a democracy in this room. I know you guys are used to democracy, but this is not a democracy. I'm the one answering the questions around here. You hear me? I answer the questions. Oh, man. I tell you, man. Let me hear this one before I go. Oh, no, Willow. Okay, that's his name. Oh, no, Willow. That's an interesting name. Just an honest question. Common outside perceives is that the US of A has become, got to get used to saying US of A, has become very aggressive and unpredictable to the world stage, and it's quite frightening to us. Well, let me explain. It sounds like you may be one of the Nordic countries or somewhere in over there in Europe, and let's say if you are or not, that's okay. But you have been watching the news, and you do see what's going on in the UK. It's not looking good over there. They have been invaded by Islamic people that are illegals, and they have been given all type of programs, flying their flags, Sharia law. So you got to ask yourself this, why was that allowed? Now I'm asking you the question, sir. And it ain't just the UK. Germany have this issue. There's other countries over there in Europe that have these issues, right? That's the thing. The reason that it appears that America is getting aggressive, because this is a war with the globalists. You have a lot of globalists over there in Europe, old school money, the old Germanic old school money, right? You also have people in France, people in the UK. When we talk about the real oligarchy, right? That's who Trump is fighting against. He's not just bucking the system, he's breaking the system. He's breaking their rule. Their economic rule and control is what Trump is doing, right? There's a reason why, or what you would think a method to the madness. There's a reason for it. It's not madness, but it's just an answer to what is going on. But I appreciate how you phrase it. This is the first comment that I have read. And I love how he said just an honest question, right? I didn't beat him up. But he said, now I was teasing earlier, but he says, common outside perspective is that the United States become very aggressive and unpredictable in the world on the world stage. It's quite frightening. And see, you're not even used to America. The reason why you're saying, and I get it, Trump has masterfully, pulled the veil and showed us our phony allies, phony NATO, right? None of these countries was ever helpers of America. In fact, they loved it better when we didn't have the tariffs. All the money be going over there, funneling in Europe and other places, right? Enriching them. This is why you got these socialist programs and stuff. Who you think pay for that? It's not your country pay for it. It's us in America that pays for it, right? And that's when Trump said enough is enough. He said America first, right? And we ain't taking care of Canada, UK, Germany, France, or anybody else, right? This is another thing. Trump had to put Spain in his place. Fuck Spain, right? For what they try to do. None of these countries was really ever allies to America. NATO was nothing more than mostly United States. They didn't pull their fleet in there. They didn't help out in the Iraqi war. They talked against it. So let them suffer now, right? I'm not sympathetic. I'm 100% on board with what Trump did, right? To get some pushback. Because we are in America and we will pull out of NATO. Uh-oh. When America pulls out of NATO, your whole coalition falls apart. America is the biggest and the baddest country in the world. Facts. Queen, back me up. Exactly, right? Look at what Denise Farmer had to say. Give me that pure facts, Tony. You damn right. I'm going to give me that pure facts, right? We would no longer be the world's doormat, right? All of your government, I'm not blaming the people, but I'm talking about your government, your European government, and all the rest of them have benefited off of the American taxpayers' dollars, off of the backs of us, right? So don't sit. I'm not talking about you per se. I'm not attacking you personally. Let me just reframe that because it do sound like I'm very harsh on them. I'm not. But oh no, Willow, not attacking you personally, sir. I get a little passionate and fired up when I talk. But at any event, I appreciate your question. But this is the reason why. You're not used to peace through strength. You're the first time seeing how powerful America really is now. And that could be a little scary. But Trump don't have any ambitions in going over in these countries for say. He's only going after the heads of power, getting them out of there so that way people can have their own sovereignty again. This is what Trump has been doing. The world stage, right? That's what he's doing. That's what's going on. All this No King stuff is a bunch of bull-ish. It don't matter. Now, for what we talking about, this is child's play. This is cosplay. All that stuff. All they singers, all that stuff. It's just cosplay. It's not what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the long response. Yeah, it's going to get longer because I'm not even done yet. You should know, if you in those European nations, right? This is why Trump called it the welfare countries or states. Just like Canada. Canada rolled off the backs of America for a very long time, right? I mean, think about it. Canada used to be our little brother, but because their alignment with the globalist, right? Mark Carney The prime minister over there ain't running nothing. Mark Carney ain't running nothing. Who was the other guy? Justin Trudeau, he wasn't running nothing. Neither of their prime ministers were not running nothing. It was an illusion. They're playing in what we call an illusional economy. It's not the real economy. You know what these other countries be saying? They be saying, man, I wish we had a president like Trump. That's what they're saying. They're saying we wish we had a leader or a prime minister or a president like President Trump. He took on the globalists. Bernie and them ain't doing that because they part of the system. These are your cowards right here. They don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the might or the control. Look at Trump. He's bringing jobs back to America. It's just a matter of time. And I'm talking about tech jobs, right? I'm talking about building infrastructures here, semiconductors, right? All these things that's coming back to the shores of America. He brought Apple back here to America where it belonged. Manufacturing, automakers coming back to Detroit and Illinois and other places. Right back here to America, ladies and gentlemen. That's facts. Bringing jobs and stability back here in America. The way it shouldn't have never left in the first place. If that ain't a patriotic person, I don't know what is. Trump has been battling. Look at all the pushback with Jerome Too Late Powell and the Western Central Bank, which is the Federal Reserve Bank, right? Because it has to be demolished. It has to be removed in order for us to have these inflation and all that go away. They've been suppressing gold. They've been suppressing silver. This is why you and me and others have to work a lot harder just to be able to put food on the table. This ain't the American dream. To sit up here and listen to a politician that lied to you and being all nicey nice. Bernie Sanders don't give a damn about nobody but his own damn family. That's a fact, and he ain't the only one. So don't sit up here and act like this guy is so righteous. Give me Trump. Here it is, a billionaire. You'd realize that Trump doesn't even have to do it. His money is already justified how he got it. Bernie's is not. His is in question. Gavin Knucklehead Newsom's income is in question. Just like Ilhan Umar. All of them didn't make it off the backs of their own. It had to be from cheating and lying, right? And robbing the American people. That's why they're in the position that they're in right now. It ain't got nothing to do with how intelligent they are. A lot of them have low IQ. They're puppets of the globalists, right? And they just sit up in here with the same old lies. Enough is enough. We as Americans and MAGA are not going for it no more. We are not going to deal with it no more. And we ain't going to take it no more, right? So other than that, so you can miss me. But I tell you what, Big, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this like I tell everybody else, man. Your black followers, and I'll call them out, Willie D. I'm about to hurt his feelings real bad. Umar Johnson, right? Let's go ahead and name some more. Dr. Boyce Watkins. Let's go ahead and name. I named them earlier, right? We're going to go over a list of them. All your so-called black leaders is on the take, right? Let's go ahead and name them. They're on the take. They don't do anything. This is Candyland right here. And the modern day Django. And we got another one of these old slave catchers who want to try to keep blacks back on the Democratic slave plantation. Here you go right here. The bootlicker is coming from your party and your so-called black leaders that don't do nothing for black people but disenfranchised and marginalized, right, and underserved communities. Predatory banking, Foot Locker in every hood, like I said before, and paid in advance. Have y'all ever noticed when you go into, you got to cross through Detroit, but you see a Foot Locker, you know you in the hood when you see a Foot Locker. You know you in the hood when you see a paid in advance centers, right? You know you in the hood when you see a bunch of liquor stores, drug stores, beer and wine, right? Strip clubs, right? Marijuana clinics all over the damn place, right? Go down 8 Mile in Detroit. That's all you see. And then he want to sit up here and call me a bootlicker when the people that they voted for here in Detroit and other places, right, are the modern day bootlickers, man. Ain't that something? Boy, I tell you, man. Boy, he can't mess with me, man. I'm too big for you, though. I'm too big for you, big. Are you always asking the question, why are the Republicans losing all the states? We're not losing, we gaining. And we're going to do better than that. Is that all you got, big? Is that all you got, nickel? Is that all you got? I mean, I'm going to have to do stink meter. Have y'all ever watched Boondocks? Yeah. Is that all you got? Come on now. Is that all you got? Yeah, Freeman. I'm going to do stink meter. That's off of Boondocks. Yeah, big coming up in my room, trying to talk about this and that, calling me a bootlicker. You the bootlicker. You the bootlicker. I love State Meter. State Meter was real good, though, man, I tell you. Stop lying. You stop lying, nigga. You stop lying. I love, anybody watch Boondocks, you know what I'm talking about. Yep. Yeah, man. Yep. I love that show, Boondocks, man. Yeah, if you're going to do that, F your mama. How about that? Tell your mama I'll be over tonight, since you want to come in here acting like that. Acting, whatever you are. You know what I'm saying? We play football over here. You know what I'm saying? But tell your mama I'll come over there when I'm done, when I get off this thing. I'm going to take care of her real good. And she's going to like it and you're going to love it. Ah, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Yeah, libtard nation has no cure. I know that's right, though. Oh, man, liberal says that, man. They'll have no cure for this stuff. That's all he keeps saying is F you haters, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all they be saying. This is comedy hour, man. Yeah, Denise. It's just crazy. I'm supposed to be, they think that I'm upset, and I'm not. Damn, Tony. Yeah, I know. I'm doing stink meter, though. Red Guy 9 know that. Yeah, I do voiceovers, you know. Yeah, no. What's good? What's really good? Oh, man. Hey, Red Guy 9, go ahead and get Act 2 improvement. Go and bounce him up on out of here. Yes, all he's gonna do is just keep strolling that. Going. Yeah. When they keep doing this, I'm gonna give you guys, you or Denise Farmer, get him up on out of here, because anytime they do a lot of spamming like this, it just shows their low intelligence. So all he's gonna just keep doing it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Get him up on out of here. I appreciate it. Big say, yeah, delusional blacks for Trump. I won't even hire a black. I won't even hire a black, cause they rock with Trump. Ah, man, you can't make this up. You ain't got enough businesses where blacks would want to work for you in the first place, man. I wouldn't even want to work for you being a soy boy and all that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, knuckle. What's really good? Big coming in here popping all that good shit earlier. Oh, man, I love State Meter, man. I should put on my avatar, have State Meter up here. I think I should, too, boy. Buy house, ninja. Buy, nigga. And don't come back, nigga. Ah, shoot, man, I can't. Boy, I'll do myself, though. I'll do me. Who's going to entertain you more in this room, boy? It's good. I tell you, man. Get up on out of here. That's right. Oh, man. Oh, it's just too easy, man. It's just too easy, man. Y'all like the stink meaner voice, because I can do it. He mad. He big mad about it, man, ain't he? He mad. Yeah. Don't go away mad. Just go away, nigga. Oh, man, I just want to thank you for the like, though, man. We almost had 100 nights. We had 99 likes. Oh, we had 100 now. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's what's you got him down packed, Tony. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I can do that, boy. I tell you, I'm going to watch him tonight. Yeah, you got to watch Boondocks. Well, you guys ain't watched Aaron McGruer, Boondocks. One of my favorites, man, because it has a lot of truth watching the Boondocks. It's for white, black, and other, man. He said, you're easy work. Nigga, you are easy work. Either, you know what? I ain't gonna say that one. I gotta watch myself, boy. I gotta watch myself on that one. Yeah, Big is upset, man. I got him big mad. Hey, Big, you big mad at me. You gotta be mad, yo. Big is mad, boy. I got him mad, boy. Man, Big, I'm over here funny you, man. You can't take a joke. You can't take the heat. You gotta run up out the room. Oh, man, you know. All your leaders are sellouts. And I'm black and I can acknowledge that. Ain't none of them offering any type of anything. They're all sellouts. And I can safely say that right on the board. You know? They don't get no protection under me. You know? You know who our black leader is? It's Trump. Oh, man. That's who our black leader is, you know? Yeah, Trump is our leader, nigga. Look at him, man. He big man. What is being said? You black MAGA have no content. You black MAGA have no content. What he said? What else he's saying? Yeah, you just repeat Fox News talking points. That's all he do. I make it do what it do. Shoot. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Boy, it's just too easy, y'all. It is too easy. Oh, my goodness. Big, I thought you were rolling up out of here a long time ago. See, Big liked this interaction with me. See how they fight for my attention. Yeah, Big. Talking about a master. I'm your master. I tell you what to do. I make it do what it do. Oh, my goodness, man. Ooh, this has been a banger tonight. I told y'all I was going to be entertaining as well. If I didn't mention it, I'm mentioning it now, boy. Getting this type of fire, you know. Boy, look at this, man. Boy, I have to slap some knowledge up in Big's face, boy. Look at this, man. Stink meter. We're going to do a whole segment on stink meter next time, man. How about Uncle Ruckus? Oh, y'all, you old big lip baboon coming in here talking all that stuff. Yeah, Uncle Ruckus, you know. I tell you, though, you can't trust these, these ninjas, you know. They come in here, they're afraid of a job application, a nightstick. Boy, I tell you, though, you know. Look at Big coming in this room, messing with Uncle Ruckus. Y'all gotta watch Boondocks. Man, if you haven't watched Boondocks. Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, that's what Big remind me of Uncle Ruckus. Yep, I just love being a Democrat. I just love being on the slave plantation. Massa don't have to give me nothing in the black community. All I do is just vote for him. Another 4 years, I vote for him. I vote for anyone that is a Democrat over that lying racist Trump. And see, that's the mentality. And I'm gonna tell y'all, man, some of the old folks, Chris Rock said it, some of the most racist black folks are old black folks, man. Facts. They're so bad, they don't even like their own. It's facts, man. Man, this is fun, man. This is so fun. Boy, I tell y'all, we're going to pop these comments up. And he the one that said he was going to be running out of here. But I know I triggered him. He never thought that I was going to come and do Uncle Ruckus on him, let alone Stink Meter, man. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's still in the rotation. Y'all should go ahead and watch the Boondocks, you know. That's why I can clown these clowns, though, and things. It's all fun for me, but I appreciate it. I hit my goal. 101 likes. Oh, my goodness, boy, I tell y'all, man. Y'all been great, though, man. This has been a wonderful live. Man, I'm over the 4-hour mark. Other than that, though, guys, you know how we going to do. I got to play the Star Spangled Banner. You know, we have to do that, you know. The Star Spangled Banner. You don't know how I do. Real Red Guy 9, man, I appreciate you. Denise Farmer for showing up, having my back. Boy, I tell you, Slick Nick was in the house, in his house for shizzle, you know. We got a lot of others and stuff like that. And when they spam like that, just bounce them out of there. You don't need my permission. You guys know what to do. That's why you are the sheriff, you know? Yep. Look at that. Let me see here. The original case says Bernie is a filthy, naked communist. And I agree with you. Bernie Sanders, he said it, and I said it. Bernie is a filthy, naked communist. Boy, ooh. Oh, boy, you already know. You ever see one of those naked mole rats? Man, they just look horrible when I see them, man. Ooh, man. It's like those naked cats with no fur, man, with all those rolls and oh, my goodness, man. What the, I was just saying, man, you ever seen those naked mole? Oh, my goodness. Oh, you can't put them out in public, man. Is that Bernie? Oh, my goodness. No. Boy, I tell y'all, I had the American flag up so long, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and remove that. There I go. Damn, boy. I'm so forgot about that. There I go. That's even better now. Boy, I had that American flag up. I'm thinking I'm over here looking at the camera. I'm so used to having the camera on, which it is on, but I had the American flag blocking me. There we go. That's a lot better now. There we go. All right. Yep. Oh, yeah. So other than that, though, ladies and gentlemen, though, yeah, we kicked that No Kings rally crap stuff, ASS. They don't have nothing against us, boy. You got that right. Bernie is a filthy, naked communist. He sure is, though, because ain't nothing hiding it at all, man. Communists. And we don't need more of these people in this country. We want to get rid of them. We need to send Bernie over there to Canada where he belongs. AOC over there in Canada where he belongs. Gavin Knucklehead Newsom over there where he belongs, California. We need to send all of these commies over there to Canada. Doesn't that sound great? We even got to send Big B over there in Canada. We got to go and get you on over there too, man, since you love them so much that don't give you nothing and your communities are still in ruin. That's what you love, right? Oh, my goodness. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and get on out of here. It's been fun in the sun, man. I enjoyed y'all. Good night, all you crazy, beautiful folks, is what Denise Farmer says, and dim delusional dims. I know, right? Go ahead and post that. Yep. Because you guys are my deputies now. Y'all know what to do. Yep, I appreciate you. We will have order in this room. We will have order. Yep. Boy, I tell you, Queen in the house too. Queen, I have to make you Queen. I gotta make you I have to make you a moderator, Queen. I think you were in here before. I remember vaguely, but yeah, I'm gonna have to make you a moderator. We got James Miller in the house. That's what I'm saying. Yep, that's what I'm saying though. Welcome James. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got you covered, Queen. I got you covered though. I'm gonna make you a mod though too. Yep, gotta make you a mod. I like what you've been saying. It's like other people, they've been in your position before too. They all support Trump. Obviously, a lot of my mods do. Yep. We also, I didn't see Texas Jane tonight though, Denise. I know next time she probably on another channel. She's also mod for other channels. And I appreciate Texas Jane, too. Texas Jane, boy. A modern-day Annie Oakley, boy, I tell you. Because they're six-shooter, A lot of Texan women know how to shoot. Believe that, man. Anybody in the Midwest and down south, they know how to, they pretty good. They know how to use the steel, let me tell you, though, That's what I'm talking about. I want a woman that know how to shoot. That's what I'm saying. Because if you don't, I'm going to teach you how to shoot. You know what I'm saying? Pow, pow, pow. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. You got to know how to shoot. You got to know how to handle the steel, if you know what I mean, But other than that, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. You guys have been great. We'll go ahead and host up that American anthem. Star Spangled Banner. And then we all, boy, I tell you, Leon said before I go, you crazy, ? Right? They deported your ass. Oh, man. Y'all cannot make this up, boy. Hey, Leon, newsflash for you. You've been talking that since 2016. I'm still in America, right? Where am I been deported, sir? Yeah, nigga, where have I been deported? You's a liar. You know, look at you right now, boy. You over here talking all that good shit earlier. Look at you. You looking like a damn fool. That's stink meaner, boy. That's the stink meaner. I got possessed by stink meaner, y'all. But other than that, though, see, he can't even, look at it, he can't even say anything smart and intelligent come out his fat mouth. Boy, I tell you. Leon, man, you's a joke, man, talking that lies. I'm still waiting on the deportation. Leon, how long is it going to take before my behind get deported, sir? I want to know. You've been talking that since 2016. Where has it come to fruition? I'm waiting. How long am I going to wait? It's 2026. Since 2016. When is blacks going to be deported, sir? That's all I want to know. I'm asking you a question. When? When, Leon? Thank you for the likes. When? Oh, my gosh, man. Oh, man. That's another boy. Yeah, Kevin says, No Kings protests are 250 years late. I know, right? Thank you. Look at this, boy. Look at this. I mean, he's telling the truth. Ever since 1776, right? I mean, before 1776, right? Because we were trying to revolt against the King George, right? Ain't that right? And we did, and we won. We beat them red coats, man. Man, I tell you, we about to, man, bring that point up, Kevin. That's what I'm saying, man. Yep. Oh, man. Man, stop, man. You know what I'm going to say? What's his name? Leon. They don't like. Leon, you got to stop with the delusional lies, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you're just making yourself, if you watch back earlier, man, all the stuff that I told you about what Trump did and many more, just for the black man, it just destroys your narrative, sir. You just every time you talk in this, it makes you more ignorant. You know what I'm saying? It makes you look more ignorant. And look what Kevin is telling you, Leon. He said Leon is probably one of those protesters. Yeah, it's obvious, but you're right. He's probably one of those liberal protesters. Is what I've been trying to tell him, though, man. I mean, you know, Kevin already said you're 250 years late, sir. Did you hear what he said? See, they don't listen very well either. You know, you got to stop, man, because, you know, you make yourself look more foolish every time you talk. I've been hitting facts all day long. And that's why I say share this video with other people. Share this video with other people. Please do that, because you ain't got to explain a whole lot. I'm up here telling stuff, saying things, you know. You know my voice is going with this because I've been talking all day. But other than that, we play the Star Spangled Banner, ladies and gentlemen. I always got to put the flag up. Man, I appreciate you guys showing up in the room. Y'all been doing great and things. I remember D been in here before. I remember D. I remember her, though. Him. D, are you a man or a woman? Because I've seen you in my chat before. Are you a man or a woman? I'm just curious. You know, it's just a curiosity. We'll put the flag up because you know it's about that time and stuff for the Star Spangled Banner. You know how I always do, though. We're going to always acknowledge America and this country, boy, because it's the greatest country in the world, though. We ain't going to let these guys like Bernie and the rest of them take it over. This is a guy that's a sock puppet for who? The globalists. And his agenda, he never made his money properly. They enriched themselves. He's been over here a long time and stuff like that, and in the office for a long time. We don't need no seasoned politicians no more. You know, those days are coming to a close. Yep. Kevin says, God bless America. Go ICE and let's go MAGA. I know that's right, though, Kevin. I think we're going to leave on that note. Excuse me. And we're going to play that beautiful American anthem. And I'm going to stand myself, put that hand over that heart, and let's go ahead on and get it. Kevin, I appreciate you showing up, man. You're more welcome here. And if you guys subscribe to me, if I can't see, I might have to work on that so I can be able to recognize who subscribed. But you guys showed up. You guys kill it with the likes, man. You guys kill it with the likes, you know. Let me see here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, they let me see here. Let's go ahead and do that here. We go ahead and go ahead and play that. But let me see here. Let me see here. Yeah. Eric says misspelled in the title, LOL. And back to you. Somebody already pointed it out and I have fixed it. So in my later cast, you'll see the spelling has been corrected. Even I make mistakes, sir. How about you? You know, you thought this was another gotcha moment? I've been kicking your party ass all day long. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Oh, I tell you, man. Democrats want communist king. Yep, they sure do. They're the hypocrite party that have pretty much decimated the black community. They so stupid they don't even realize who their enemy truly is. Talking about Trump. Oh my gosh. This is just sad. It's sad stuff, man. I tell you. It's sad stuff. Let me see what Denise has to say here. All right. How about your research? How about you research why we are fighting Iran? 1979. It is the only clue to your red hat, right? Self gets. Look it up. Let me see here. Yeah, you're right about that though. With the red hat making, yeah, the only clue. I'm gonna do a little bit more because I kind of remember. I was a little fella then, to be honest, Denise, and I remember some of the things though, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely look at that because I will say this: Ronald Reagan. Trump didn't make up the term "Make America Great." That came from Ronald Reagan. Reagan was the one that came up, "Make America Great." I do know that. I remember when he got assassinated and stuff, and things like that. Assassination attempt back, I think it was 81, or maybe in 1980. I remember that though, Denise Farmer, yeah. So other than that, I'm gonna have to do some other things though. I remember that the Shah of Iran and all that type of stuff. I mean, this is, we've been dealing with this tyrant. I'm talking about the supreme leaders of Iran, not the people. The people are innocent. Because again, before I go on my clothes, the women had to wear hijabs. They had to be with their man. They didn't have no freedom. They couldn't kiss and hug, and let alone dance in public. It was permitted. It wasn't permitted at all. And if you were doing that, it was automatic death. How they were over here disfiguring the women and everything like that, beating the women up, raping the women and all that. All this was going on in Iran, man. Trump, if he's guilty of anything, he would be guilty of liberating that country, not destroying it. So they ought to get their facts right on that one. I do know that much. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's a beautiful thing. Let me see. Denise Farmer 366 didn't care one bit about when Hillary and Obama were bombing Libya and the smithereens. Let me see here. I didn't care one bit when Hillary and Obama were bombing. Yeah, yeah, because they were bombing Libya. In fact, they had a lot to do with Muammar Gaddafi. And all Muammar Gaddafi really wanted to do is because he had a lot of love for his people over there. And he was really trying to break away from the globalist monetary banking system. He knew where the enemy really was coming from. He was basically trying to organize Africa and get his African brethren to stand with him and things like that, where they can have their own independent currency and have sovereignty in these African nations. But a lot of these African leaders that work on the globalist behalf, they were afraid to join with Muammar. Yeah, his own people killed him too. They even had a coup and put a coup against Muammar. They got him that way, but which was sad. You know, and even though Muammar, historically, I believe they put him, I think this government system put in there as a plant in the first place. But, you know, just like with Saddam Hussein, they put him in there too. So they were trained by the CIA, all this other stuff under George Bush Sr. with Muammar, I mean, not Muammar, but Osama, not Osama, but Saddam Hussein is what I'm trying to say. I think this was back in the 70s, right? So Saddam Hussein did not want to stand down. He wanted to stay in there because he actually did a lot of, there was some things he did bad and some things he did good. I wasn't a big fan, but I'm just saying. But other than that, though, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down and stuff. You bring some interesting points and viewpoints. That's what I'm saying. We can have dialogue. But all I say is you got to come at me right. You got to come at me the right way. These Democrats will help Iran attack us. No, the threat has been neutralized, though. It's actually going, once we take over that Strait of Hormuz, we're going to get all that together, too. All that's coming. What you're seeing right now is the globalist fall right now, the fall of the globalists. They're on their way out, whether they want to accept it or not. The globalists is on their way out. I'm talking about their power. I'm talking about their funding and where they get their money and the cartel and all that is linked up with each other. Trump have already exposed that already. This is a world hunt. He said he's the hunter now. They are the hunted. Trump is not being hunted. They are being hunted. And we, the Americans, will be victorious, right? And when we are, I want Envia and all the rest of you to come back in my room when we are victorious against the globalists. And then you have to tell me that and when you lose this bet, you're going to have to tell me that Daddy Tony was right and I was wrong. Can we get agreement on that? You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're being done, Denise. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. Your comments were somebody. It's all good. I'm not, you notice me, I ain't attacking you, though. I thought you were talking to me about wearing his and the hat and all that. But I got you. I appreciate it. Yep, NATO is done, too. The UN is done. They just don't know it yet. But all those organizations that the globalists set up are done. Their power is falling. You know what I'm saying? But you got these delusionals like Envia, you know what I'm saying? This is another delusional person right here. They want to try to make it sound like I'm dumb and everything like that. I've been kicking facts all damn day long and all night long. You're not even at my level, man. So for you coming in here typing this stuff, it's a waste of time, man. You're not at my level either. You know what I'm saying? You my lesser and not even a good one. Just to be really real and honest with you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to talk that about Canada, man. F Canada. I'm talking about their government, parliament, whatever you want to call it. They have rolled off the backs of the Americans for so long, as I said before. And I ain't apologizing about it, right? It's true. If you in Canada, you are you're not even our little me anymore. You got globalists that controls Canada, sir. You know what I'm saying? We broke away. Just like we broke away from 1776. Canada was the pussy boys that stayed under the British Parliament, right? Instead of joining on to us, sir. You know what I'm saying? We don't respect nobody like that. You're going to either be a coward or you're going to stand up like a man. And we don't need NAFTA no more. We are NAFTA, sir. America is NAFTA. What you talking about? America is NAFTA. It ain't no coalition, no European coalition. Y'all pussy in Europe. You ain't even help us with the Iranian war, pussies. So don't sit up here and talk to me about NAFTA. You want to talk global politics? I've been doing that, sir. You ain't my match. We the shit over here in America. You not. If you are over there, you ain't on our level at all. You know what I'm saying? And Harold, you can get it too. You a delusional snowflake pussy. Look at these pussy brothers. You got a dog avatar. What the hell does that mean? Show your face. Show who you really are. Anybody can go here and say this. You ain't saying nothing. Look at you. I got the channel. You don't. I got the likes. I got the views. You don't. I got the subscribers. You don't. I know if I pull up your channel right now, it'd probably be another dead channel with maybe not even probably one subscriber. You ain't talking about nothing. You don't even know what fascism means. And your old pussy boy Bernie Sanders and your pussy ass what is that thing, that so-called No Kings protest with only a few people showing up. That's another bust. Good luck with that. Oh man. Oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Oh dude, you trying to explain real shit, right? To the cowardly drones. Ain't no more drones. Ain't no more supreme leadership. They're all dead, idiots. How they gonna be a threat? Boy, please. We already liberating these people. They already are. Let me see here. David says, a whole Democratic Party dog crap men, you know it ain't worth a damn. It really isn't. It ain't worth a damn trying to get these people on board. Because a lot of them don't mean nothing. They take their marching orders from the women that they're leaders and bosses. A lot of them have a boss of a woman that's a liberal woman. I can always tell with these guys coming in here. Ain't a man among them. Look at him. Another soy boy. Look at him. Another snowflake. Look at these snowflakes. Another dude, another snowflake, boy. That's one thing about it, boy. I ain't never been bothered by no damn snowflake. Talking about the next time you're going to tell us that Canada took advantage of. I'm telling you right now, your country, because of our weak so-called leaders that set Canada up with all this whole NAFTA thing, right? F NAFTA, right? We didn't benefit from that. Why is it that we making a car in Canada? Our cars should be over here in America, sir. F that, man. They ain't going, because Trump going to change that. Once that expires out, he's already got another system in place. Once that NAFTA stuff run out, I ain't even worried about it. Trump know what he doing. He has brought manufacturing American jobs back here in America. That's why we're getting a great pushback now against the globalists. We're not rah-rahing for them. You know, I ain't talking about the people in Canada. I'm talking about their leadership, sir. They are the ones. They're the ones that's also doing their bidding. And I'm calling it out. Yeah. NAFTA, NATO too. America and NATO, right? We don't need America is NATO. America is NAFTA. Right? That's what it is. Send those jobs to Mexico and Canada. Man, please. Ain't this something? Yeah, let me see here. Denise says POS, Clinton and his commies, NAFTA, BS. Yeah, NAFTA is BS. Just like NATO is BS. The UN is BS. The Paris Climate Act and climate change is BS, right? The World Health Organization is BS. The Economical Forum and all the rest of them is BS. All of this is BS, and Trump has exposed to the world that they are BS, right? We don't, that's why he pulled us away from these, we're going to be pulling away from NATO very soon. Just like we're going to be pulled away from NAFTA once that expires out. We're going to be, because he's already showing you that these organizations were designed to weaken America. America has been the attack dog for a very long time for the globalists. Any country that don't, conform. If you ever watch The Diary of an Economical Hitman, I would suggest that you watch that because that explains a lot of their policies, a lot of their foreign policies is based off of that narrative. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. We don't get anything from these organizations at all. They've been more of a problem, a hindrance, just to be able to sap money from us. Now that we don't have to adhere to that stuff no more, this is why America is getting better. You see, they don't have any type of, you notice they don't have no defense of what I'm saying because they know it's very true. That's why they're quiet right now. They don't like to talk about the stuff that I talk about. See what I'm saying? It's all peanut gallery right now. They don't want to talk about the real stuff. That's what it is. Let me get on out of here. But that's what it is, though, you know? That's what it is. See what they can do? That's all they can do. That's all they can do is just come in here and do that stuff. You did the name calling, man. And you see, you waste your time. It don't bother me. You know, I could play at your level, too, and do the same thing. But you the coon, you the raccoon, you the sellout, you the bootlicker, and you the Sambo, sir. Caps, Tillman, whatever, whoever you are, you hide behind a meme, you know? He said, you so stupid. I don't have an answer for what he's saying, but he just sounds stupid. You have an IQ of 45. You sure do have an IQ of 45. Tell me what you have said in this room that make you have a higher IQ than me, Mr. Tillman. Huh? What do you have that's better than I am? Since I'm 45, I must be doing a good job kicking your ass on the debate stuff. What type of IQ do you have? You ain't said nothing that was over 100 IQ. To be honest, what do you have? Huh? What do you have? See, he quiet now. What do he have? He ain't said, you're so stupid. That sounds like a low IQ person. Your lips are flapping. This guy has got the 45 IQ. See how retarded he sounds? Man, I got to get out of here, though, guys. But other than that, though, once again, the victory goes to who? Tony Love. The loser, the DMs, once again. Kick they behind. With 45 IQ. Oh, my goodness. Kick this butt, boy, I tell you. And I kick them all. You know, kick they behind, you know, kick Sean's behind as well, too. There's a few others in here. Spank they behind as well. Yep. That other, what's his name? Big B. I'm spanked his butt, too. Ain't none of them at my level, man. Man, I spank them, man. I spank them. And I'm going to let you know something. When you do a dislike, it helps guess what? It helps my algorithm. So either way, I win. You can dislike all you want, but guess what? I win. You still help my algorithm. And for you chatting in this room helps my algorithm. Do you know you blow up my channel when you comment, calling me names? It makes my channel. And I appreciate you for that. That's why I ain't bounce you out the room. See, I'm not insecure. I just don't like to spam it. See what I'm saying? I win either way. I win. And we win, ladies and gentlemen. And we win. They ain't talking about nothing. You have a great day. Mr. Collard. Yeah, I appreciate you, sir. Yeah, you got a cool avatar, man. Mr. Collard. I hope you come back too, Mr. Collard. Yeah, man, you're more welcome, man. Mr. Collard, ladies and gentlemen. Where my thing at? Whoops, that's the wrong one. Yeah, Mr. Collard. Mr. Collard, ladies and gentlemen. Collard. Mr. Collard. There you go. All right, we're going to go ahead and play that Star Spangled Banner. You guys rise, put your hand over your heart, you know, right hand over heart. And let's go ahead and show our appreciation of this country and our favorite president we all know and love, and that's Donald J. Trump. I appreciate you all for being in the room and go and play that Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
All right, and for those that are coming to the room,
I say these words to you
boy, look at
tonight.
that. Trump.
I
Yep, that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I got to get out of this room, ladies and gentlemen. For those that are coming in right now, I appreciate you guys. and things for coming in. Even the ones that try to debate, the ones that call it the name calling, just shows how low their IQ are and things. So, I don't give no shout out to those guys or whatever. But at any event, man, I always play the Star Spangled Banner. First time we got a president that everybody know and love, which is Donald J. Trump, and I love showing this video before I go for real, for real. Look at our beautiful men and women in our military, man. This is what we call through peace, through strength, man. And they love this president right here. He's doing the job. Look at this, man. We are respected again on the world stage. We are no longer be the world doormat ever again. And thanks to this man right here, he did so much for America, man. And this is the thing about it. Trump, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald John Trump. Look at that wall built. Look at this manufacturer. This guy knows the economy, man. This guy's a builder, man. Look at this. Respected. Marine One, Air Force One. Got that big, beautiful. Look at that, man. That's what I'm talking about. Look at those Americans here. Pride. Look at this. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. And that's probably they try to get him. They tried to get him, man. And he stood standing, resisting, fighting the enemies of America as well as the world. And that's Donald J. Trump, the man, the legend. Here he is right here. Thank you for the likes. Boy, they should pay me for the advertisement, right? This is a man here that have gave so much to America and Americans, black, white, and other. Look at this. Yep. Beautiful wife, Melania Trump. Look at that. Look at that, man. Trump. I met Don Jr., by the way. Don, if you watching again, man, you know I love big up than you and your family, man. You know what I'm saying? Don Jr. man, he's a cool dude. Don Jr. is cool. I met him. Look at this. Trump. That's a beautiful thing, man. Can't play the music because of the copyright stuff. You guys know. As soon as this video is over, here it is. This is what it is right here. This is Trump. You know? He has the heart of the people. He has the ear of the American people. Look at this. The man and the brave women that's in our service and our military. And I haven't heard the liberal left even talk about the great job that they've been doing. Look at that. Let me say stop, boy. That's what I say. I have to loop it again, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm going to get ready to get on out of here now. But, yeah, Trump, you know. Fight, fight, fight. And you remember, we're fighting for the republic, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to continue to fight until we have eradicated all these traitors, all these haters, and all these liars and stuff. We're going to get them out of here one step at a time. And you may as well go ahead and go over to Canada now and get up on out of here, right? But other than that, yep, there it is, though. Yep, so I appreciate it, though. MAGA for life. I know that's right. I'm going to rock with MAGA for life, ladies and gentlemen. You right about that, though, Red Guy 9. Yep, I'm riding for MAGA until the day I die, man, you know, because his policies make so much sense, and the Democrat Party is a party of lunatics, man. Every last one of them, man, you know, and they can't do a thing about it. That's why they come in this room all mad and upset. But we are in control now. They're not. We're going to make sure that we stay, and we are going to get that midterms and stuff, too. With the voter rolls and the American Save Act, they got a choice. They don't have a chance in the world to be back in power. We're getting them out, ladies and gentlemen. And I thank you guys for rocking with your boy, Tony Love, coming from some random guy speaks, man. This is what it means to be an American. Look at the brothers, too, MAGA Black. That's what I'm saying, though. This is what it means about being American and being free. Thank God for the red, white, and blue, right? We stand all or we don't stand at all. I thank you guys, man, for all the show your patriotism, man. We're going to stun on these bitch-made ass leftist lunatics, right? And I'm going to stun on them, right? Because I've been stunting on them. They ain't got nothing for us, man. They're just going to come up here and hide under their little avatars and the little pussies they are and the little soy boys they are. Ain't a man among them, man. Get knocked out like your father used to. Get knocked out, right? But other than that, I'm going to do Stink Meter voice tomorrow. Other than that, though, yep. And then you tell them and Boyce and Watkins and all the rest of them, they want me on that show, they're going to pay me. I'm not going on the show for free. You got to pay me, and I want $50,000. You got to pay me to go on that show for a debate. You're going to pay me $50,000, and that's for the rest of them. Umar, Dr. Umar, if you want me on there to debate you, you better pay me, sir. I want my money, and I want it in full. You ain't going to do that wire cash app stuff. Nope, I want my money, and I want it in full before I go on that show. And that's for the rest of them. You want me on that show, you better pay me, sir. I ain't that type of brother. You got to pay me, because your word don't mean nothing. Red Dog 9 said exactly. And I tell the rest of the content. I got a following now. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying, Red Dog 9? They got to pay me. Tell Willie D too, you got to pay me. Right? Got to pay me. If I'm going to go on your show, you got to pay me. You better pay up, and I want my money in full. Right? Other than that, let me go ahead and get on out of here and things. So that's to the retort. Go run and tell that, but they better pay me, or it ain't going to be no debate. And that would be the reason why it wouldn't be a debate, because they didn't pay me. You know, you ain't going to play me like no damn wet food stamp. I want my money. $50,000, right? There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am out. Look at that, boy, the brave men and women. Boy, it's just a beautiful thing. It just chokes you up. This is what America is about. Look at this. I would love to play the audio, but that's what it is, right? That's what it is. Let me see here. Ray Guy says Willie D is a shield. Yeah, he is. He ain't gonna pay the money. We call these guys out for what they really are. They ain't gonna pay the money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But other than that, though, it'd be nice if they did, because they pay and they pay up. You know? Look at this, boy. This is what we call being. Look at them pledging allegiance to the United States, greatest country on earth, and they ain't gonna allow these other traitors and treasonous bastards tell us otherwise, right? Because it's gonna be a day we're gonna run their ass all. They ain't gonna be in the plow power no more. And the ones, you better start escaping now. Start making some plans now. You better start looking at Canada now. Don't wait too late. All right, guys, have a wonderful day. Let us make, right, America rich again. Let's make America strong again. Let's make America wealthy again. Let's make America happy again. Let's make America healthy again. And last but not least, let's make America great again. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you for being on your one and only Some Random Guy Speaks. I'm your host, Tony Love. I keep putting, we keep that flag up. But I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the likes. And I also appreciate the subscribers. I do. All right. Yep. Never vote Democrat. I know that's right. Yep. But other than that, you guys take care of yourself, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace and chicken grease. I am out. I am out of here. Boy, I tell you guys, let me get my behind up on out of here. I've been way overdue. Boy, man, I tell you. Yep. Let me put that down. That way you guys can see me, though. There we go. Yep. You guys are still here? You guys are still here? You guys got to go. Bye. See you. Sayonara. Riverdirce and all that stuff. You guys are still hanging around here? All right, you guys got to go. Let me get you up on out of here, though. Oh, yeah, I used to love Schoolhouse Rock. That's coming, too. But you guys got to go. See you later. Riverdirce, all right? I'm out. For real, for real. All right, guys, go. Ferris Bueller. You got to love him. All right, I'll see y'all next time. I'm out. All right, later, Red Guy 9. Oh, man.